Good morning, buenos dias. Brian Tong here with CNET Live, you guys. Welcome this early morning. In the house, we have the cast of characters that you're used to. Mr. Donald Bell, Ashley Esqueda,
hey.
Stephen Beacham holding down the house. What's up, man? Okay, guys, we are here for Amazon's event this morning, followed by Microsoft's big-time event. Now, just to kind of break out the schedule for you, Amazon will start at 8 a.m. It's around 7:35 a.m. right now, 7:36. So we expect Amazon to start then. We are expecting to see possibly a streaming box, which we'll talk about. And then after that, we're going to switch over directly to jump into Microsoft's coverage. They're at their Build conference. They're going to expect it to drop an announcement around 8:30 and go until 11:30 a.m. Pacific time.
Doubleheader.
A 3-hour tour.
Put on your sweatpants, everyone.
3-hour tour. All right, guys. So again,
wait.
Yo, what's up?
But then after Build, we're all gonna go get in the adult bouncy castle.
Where's that?
For Brian Tong's birthday.
Oh,
yay!
I'm old. I'm actually really.
You look really great for 46.
No. I mean,
really good.
46, 21, somewhere in between there. Yeah. I feel, you know what? I wouldn't want to spend my birthday in any other way than here at 7:30 in the morning with you guys.
You're a really good liar. Really good liar.
No, we're here to have fun with you guys. And just to let you know, again, this is an interactive show. We want you guys to all be a part of it. So there's two ways you can participate. The first way, we love your live calls.
We do.
Elisa's on the line. She wants to talk to you. We want to talk to you. The number to call, 1-888-900-CNET. That's 2638 at the end. If you guys call right now, before the show starts, we're going to take a few calls, talk to you, and find out what you guys want to see from Amazon. And if you guys want to tweet us, the hashtag is hashtag CNET Live. And we kind of want to know what you guys are hoping and expecting to see. Our executive producer, Bonnie, puts up the hashtag like this. She just came up with it. She came up with, throw your hashtag up.
That's the Fallon.
Throw your hashtag up, right?
From Saturday Night Live.
Throw it up. All right, so ladies and gents here in the house, Amazon expecting to release some sort of streaming box or streaming dongle. For you guys, what do you want to see? Because we have an Apple TV, we have a Chromecast, we have a Roku. What for you guys is going to make it special? We'll start off with you, Ash.
For me, it's the one thing that I'm hoping for, fingers crossed, is free with Amazon Prime's membership. That's what I'm hoping for. That would be kind of a surprise, but you know, if you can go out and buy a Chromecast for $35. We all just got a $20 price hike for Prime, so why not? And it would be a great way for them to really get that, product into homes, people using it right away, and the people who use Prime are probably a little more prone to buying things on Amazon. So it seems like it might be a really good way for them to get it into the home. So I'm gonna cross my fingers and hope for that.
Hope for the best. Donald, what do you want to see from them or hope to see from them?
I just want some other reason for me to pay more money for my Amazon Prime membership. I think I was actually, before this podcast, I was a little resistant about it. I was kind of feeling like maybe a discount would be nice, but I've changed my tune now. I think I'm all in. I feel like maybe at $500 a year, if it included my internet, my car payment, my streaming video box, my free shipping.
With ads, the 500
sure,
ads.
Amazon Fresh, grocery delivery, just like everything. If I could just make one payment and then all that stuff happens and then I work for Amazon, essentially.
Donald, I really appreciate your expert advice. Now, we're going to talk about...
You laugh now, but the drones are coming, my friend.
They're already here.
Future.
They're already here.
Amazon Prime is going to be our new tax season.
So, for all of you that are wondering what Amazon is exactly doing, there's been a lot of rumors out there, and this is a project that they've been working on for quite a while, kind of in secret. As far back as September, they filed for a trademark in the U.S. and in Canada for the name Fire Tube.
Ooh.
I hope they don't call it the Fire Tube because that sounds like, when I had a bad night of Mexican food.
That sounds
super inappropriate.
Sounds like a venereal disease.
Yeah. That is a name.
Beecham, you like that one?
Yeah.
That is a name I
don't want a fire tube.
No, not for your birthday.
No. Or a fire stick. What about a fire baton? That's exciting.
No.
Fire batons.
Yeah.
I guess.
It could be a fire dongle.
Oh, man.
Fire dong?
It's too early. It's too early for the fire dongle reference.
Amazing. Amazon, if you need some marketing help, we got you. All of us got you covered. But
our boss already left the room on that one.
Yeah, she's like, I gotta get out of here.
I gotta go. So just some of these features, we'll bring it back down for a second. Just some of the things that we're expecting to see from Amazon is leaked out about a couple of weeks ago were images of a Bluetooth controller with an Amazon logo. And this controller looked very reminiscent of an Xbox style controller. And there's been rumors
Except
from
hideous.
2003 or something.
Except
yeah.
it's awful.
you guys,
Does look
they're not. They may not be the leader in design, but it is a controller. Anyways, you can check it out. It's a Bluetooth controller. You can see, though, there's media controls on the bottom. This would at least be a differentiator compared to what else is out there. We know that some of the streaming sticks like Roku can actually play games, but none of them have a controller on this level. I don't know if you need that per se, but again, Amazon just recently acquired Double Helix Studios, which was behind Killer Instinct and the Strider reboot. And so if they're trying to at least bring some sort of value from a gaming side, we don't know if it's going to be local to the device or if it'll be streamed. I mean, let's be real. There's so many streaming boxes out there. You've got to have at least something that really differentiates it for someone to give it a chance.
That's true.
We just saw like the whole Ouya phenomena come out last year.
Not doing so hot.
Not, but maybe Amazon has the way to push that through in a way that company couldn't. But it's the same premise of like an Android-based gaming system,
Right.
Bluetooth controller.
I think
Make
I'm
it cheap.
surprised they didn't buy Ouya. Like, that seems like a really good built-in sort of... And then
I
you
I
just
can
have,
imagine
instead of the box-
Bezos and his ivory tower just being like, let's just ruin them.
Let's crush it.
Well,
buy them or ruin them.
The thing about Ouya, what you bring up is that I wouldn't be surprised if someone picks them up, right?
Yeah.
They're an Android-based box. Maybe Amazon does scoop them up down the road because
Yeah.
their box is assumed to be an Android OS-based box as well.
Yeah, but there's nothing really proprietary they're doing except gathering together the games, right? Trying to establish themselves as a platform. I guess what you'd be buying is their platform. If it's not taken off, then...
I like the user interface a lot. It's really clean. It's easy to navigate. Again, controller,
Yeah.
not so great, but
Yeah, because they did like the Yves Behar controller, right? The really super sculpty
Yeah, it
design.
was super
Yeah.
slick,
Like,
yeah.
that was like
I
half
mean-
the pitch was the controller being
it was
so
pretty.
sexy. Yeah.
But it wasn't.
To be honest, I bought an
Amazing.
Ouya on Kickstarter when it launched.
I did too.
I received it and then I sold it. 'Cause
That's exactly what I
didn't-
did.
I tried it. I wasn't even like, I don't like these indie games, blah, blah, blah. There wasn't a reason for me to have another box. And I
Right.
think that's the
Yeah.
challenge that Amazon's going to face a little here. Give me a reason for another box. Now, some of those other reasons that might come into play, right? We're already watching Amazon Prime stuff, right? They have the apps on other consoles, and other boxes. So you can still watch that Amazon content. What's going to make someone want to stream? What's going to make someone want to stream directly from their box? I don't know yet, right?
Yeah.
They are building a lot of these pilot shows that they've worked on that they're coming out with. Most of them are going to be shot in 4K.
Mhm.
You'll still need a 4K TV.
Yeah, I still need
How many
some
of you have a 4K TV? Raise of hands.
cricket.
Shut
Yeah,
up.
no.
Get out of
Yeah,
here.
get
Pete.
out.
I'm kidding.
Get
I'm
out.
kidding. I know.
Get out of here.
If
But,
you squint really hard.
I mean, I'm curious to see what they're going to do because they're trying to become a bigger player in, just from a media standpoint.
Yeah, well, I mean, their whole play for the past few years has really been the same thing that Apple's been trying to do, which is just if you buy into the Amazon ecosystem, then your Amazon Music is there, your Amazon video content's there, and it's just, that's what makes something like the Kindle Fire a viable product, is that if you're already kind of invested in the Amazon Android apps and the Amazon Music, Amazon Video, all that stuff, it's just having it there right in front of you. It's kind of the path of least resistance. But
Right.
if you're not invested, it's less appeal.
Absolutely. All right, guys, just a quick thing again to remind you, if you guys want to give us a call bright and bushy-tailed in the morning, the number is 1-888-900-CNET. That's 2638. And then if you guys, you know what, I can tell it's really early in the morning.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
just tell you right now, it's early in the morning. And also, if you guys want to hashtag us at CNET Live or hashtag CNET Live, tell us what you guys want to see, as well as what do you think they're going to call this thing? I don't know yet.
Oh, it's
Don't go with FireTube. Just don't do that.
I hope
do
not.
that.
What
That
about
would be-
Amazon streaming FireTube?
It could work. Isn't that a condition that they have on on the television ads?
Oh, maybe they'll try to
That
make
burning,
it like
itching sensation.
maybe they'll try to make it like the London Underground. It really take the fire tube. Like that'll be
Take
I don't
the
know.
fire tube. Now, one thing that we're talking about is what can Amazon do is exclusive streaming rights. There's always been a battle. Amazon, with their service, let's be real, when it first came out, it was quite paltry.
Mhm.
I mean, I couldn't watch anything. I don't even remember. Did they have some like Beverly Hills 90210 episodes early on? That might have been what I watched.
Yeah, vaguely. Like,
Yeah, see, Beecham's like,
totally.
Steven's like, yeah, they totally did.
he's like,
they
not that
totally
I
did.
binge watched it or anything,
totally
but
did.
yeah.
Well, one cool thing that Amazon is in this kind of battle between Netflix is they've locked down the exclusive streaming rights to 24. 24, please someone tell me in this room they also watched 24 if they didn't.
I didn't.
Oh my gosh.
Stephen
Okay.
Beecham did, though.
I'm
Right?
not-
Did you watch?
Yeah.
Oh, I never watched
Am I the
that.
only Bonnie, executive producer? Did you watch 24? Oh my
No.
gosh.
No.
I can't
No.
believe I'm alone on this. Okay, I'm not gonna. Anyways, this is a reason to get Amazon
He's just
Prime.
like, well, you all need it.
This is the reason for Brian Tong to get Amazon
Yeah.
Prime right now.
No, you know,
We'll
so
have
what
to
they're
watch them
doing
all
is
again.
exclusively, right? You can see their entire library. It just expired, the overall rights to be on any platform. Amazon scooped it up to get 24 right before their new release of the show. This is an action suspense thriller. I can't believe you guys.
Well, I know
I
what
get
the
the
show's
premise.
about.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
like,
matter.
it's
You
not
gotta
like
watch
I've
the
never
show.
heard
You
You
gotta
of
got
watch
us
the
hooked
show.
in me. I don't know.
It's like saying, like, I know what Game of Thrones is about. You got to watch the show.
I know.
Well,
Yeah.
because it's a
yeah.
really good show. I'm just kidding. I don't care.
24.
Right. There's like
24,
dragons and stuff.
24,
There's
like
dragons
swords and
and-
people get decapitated.
24 was
Fighting.
one of the first TV shows that killed off any real characters, like, on TV, right? Right
I think,
off the bat.
I hate to admit, I think my problem with 24 is that there's one very main character who I just kind of annoys me.
Oh, you don't like Kiefer?
Jack Bauer.
just doesn't.
Well, I mean, we've got.
Yeah.
If,
I love
we could annoy you more, right?
I love Kiefer.
You love Kiefer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lost Boys, Flatliners.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Come on.
vintage Kiefer, you got me. I just
Vintage
I just
Kiefer.
don't buy him as like.
That's right. How could you not watch the show?
But today, like now, Kiefer, it's current. I can't get on
I'm
board.
open to it though. You're selling it to me.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying
almost
just
convinced.
watch. Just okay. How about this? Let's do a homework assignment, guys.
Okay.
You. Everyone here has Amazon Prime. I'm kind of assuming. Yes. Nod heads. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Go tonight if you can, or actually no. Within a week, I'll give you a week because we'll probably be back here in the same room at 7:30 a.m. for another event.
Something, yeah.
Watch the first episode of season 1 and let me know what you think.
Okay.
That was like 8 years ago though.
It
Wasn't
was still good.
Was it like in standard definition? I don't know if I want to do that.
can't go back to SD.
I bought like every DVD set, and then that's when the whole like binging thing started for me was with 24.
Plus, you're reminding me of Now 210 now. I feel like I got to go back and rewatch those too, right?
You've got to. All right, we have a call on the line. Remy is calling us from San Antonio, home of the Spurs, who are kicking everyone's butt. Remy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you a Spurs guy?
Oh yeah.
I know you hurt my Warriors bad. You always do that, and we're gonna beat you tonight. Tonight's that night, baby.
You're gonna break the streak, huh?
We're gonna break that streak. We're gonna break that streak. I feel it. We don't have our power forward or center. We're gonna break that streak.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not even sweating it. What's up, Remy? How can we help you out?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying, similar to what Blockbuster tried. If they try to create another set-top box, I think it'd probably be a failure the same way it was with Blockbuster. Last thing I want to do is add another box to my already filled home entertainment center.
And Remy, what boxes do you have right now? Just so we can kind of get an idea of where you're at.
I have a PS4, my cable box, a router. I've got a Mac Mini, my home theater system, the actual receiver. And I want to say there's one other box. Yeah, I got something that routes music to my outdoor speakers.
So you already got your games covered, right? You already pretty much have your video streaming covered. What do you think would compel you to even think about getting an Amazon Fire Tube?
I don't know, because I kind of already have that base covered with a Roku streaming stick. I don't know. I don't know why I would buy it. Same reason why I don't have a Kindle Fire. I've got iPads at home. I've got Android and iPhones. It just really doesn't make sense to me to add a proprietary Amazon-only streaming device.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
No, I think you're in a place where a lot of people are. Is that they already have everything covered for the most part?
Yeah, I think I finally figured it out. Two angles.
Oh, goodness.
Two angles Amazon
Okay,
can
all
take.
right.
Let's
hear it.
go
Let's
here.
hear it.
Let's
All right. First one that occurred to me is dumb. I'm just going to get it out of the way.
don't say that.
Kindle on your TV, so you can actually read your books, right?
Get outta here.
Who else is doing that,
Outta here.
right? Second one, though,
People with really bad eyes.
they got,
Huge text.
they got to put a camera on it, and then Amazon can see what you're missing and then recommend stuff for you to buy. Right?
And it can listen to you. So, like,
Right.
whenever you're walking around your house going, God, I really need XYZ, and
Right.
it, like, pops up.
And then the next thing you know,
recommended.
there's like a drone right outside your window ready to drop off your next Amazon purchase predictively.
Yeah, see, it's
before you even
predicting
order
before
it.
you even order it. Yeah,
Right.
it's no more
And
one
like, don't
click.
worry about it. You've got it covered in your $500 Amazon Prime yearly payment.
See, it's good, yeah.
We'll take care of this for you. We know
it's
you're
like a
missing
flexible
this.
spending account. Can I get that taken out pre-tax?
Do it. Okay, let's go here. Let's check this out. I don't have the live blog pulled up on my computer right now, but we do have a poll. Let me see if I can get to it in a quick
Can I complain about something?
Please do.
Okay, I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant because I think Remy, our friend Remy from San Antonio, makes a very good point, which is I don't have any more HDMI ports on my TV. Like,
Absolutely.
it's like now I'm having to get into switchers, and I'm having to get. This has gotten to the point where it's ridiculous. Like, I'm so tired of having to choose like what I want to plug into my television, and how come TVs just in general have not upped the ports? Like, why don't we have 6 HDMI
no,
ports?
We do
now?
have 6. That's the scary part.
I
you know?
have 4 on mine, and it's like that's the standard. Like, you
Yeah.
have to really look far and wide to get 6.
You've got to buy a $300-esque receiver that gives you maybe 6 ports, and then you're still going to run out of ports.
And you're still gonna
No,
run
no,
out.
no, no. I got this thing. It's like a tail. So you just plug one HDMI port into your TV,
Yeah.
and then it has 3 inputs. So you can plug in 3 different devices.
I
into
need a
those
link
3
for
inputs.
that.
It's like
And it
it's like a splitter that sends
Yeah,
it through that
split.
one,
Well,
right?
that's-
It
because-
automatically, when you turn on something, it automatically
Okay, that's
switches
good. It
to
See,
hits the
but
signal.
the problem with Apple TV,
It was like $8.
Yeah,
You can't
know where
use
you
it
can
with
get that
Apple
on
TV.
Amazon.
Because it's always
Yeah,
on.
on
I can't
Amazon.
use it with Roku
'Cause it's
or
always live,
Chromecast
yeah.
because it's always on.
yeah,
which is
Yeah.
Chromecast, Apple TV, and Roku, you can't use it with. And I'm assuming if it's similar to any of those products,
But it had
also
it-
this Amazon,
Right.
the Fire Tube is also going to be
Right. So
the same.
here's what we got. It's going to be the Amazon Fire Tube dongle splitter.
Perfect.
And
Amazing.
That'll be the
That-
only
accessory.
from Amazon
That's
exclusively.
compelling,
$40.
actually. I need
One
I
click.
need another port. It's very compelling.
Yeah.
All right, guys, back to our poll that we have. We have it pulled up here. We want to ask you, what are you guys hoping to see from Amazon? A streaming set-top box, a streaming stick, or a reversal of the Amazon price hike? They ain't going to reverse that. I actually,
No.
you know what, for me, honestly, it depends. Again, it always comes down to how you use these services.
Yeah.
I didn't flinch when I saw the price hike.
I'm telling you, embrace Bezos as your new master because that's just going to go up higher and higher once they get their hooks in you.
Okay, look at this. Check it out. 46% based on our respondents right now said they want to see a set-top box. 16% people, at least that are responding, aren't really tripping about the Amazon price hike. I really wasn't because I ship a bunch of stuff.
I use it so much that it would take a very large price hike for me to have to
Yeah.
be like, well, maybe not worth it anymore. But I use Amazon so much at this point that, and they haven't raised that price ever since it
Ever since it
existed.
started.
So I was expecting it, and I think they really kind of did this sort of very intelligent thing by sort of leaking that it was going to be $129, and then when it actually came out as $99, people felt relief as opposed. I mean, there was a lot of outrage, but I think there was also some relief for people who thought it was going to be like a $50 price hike.
Right.
The thing is that out of all the streaming services right now, I actually probably watch Amazon the least, quite honestly.
Yeah, no, I'm the same.
You know, it goes Netflix for me, then I kind of split time with Netflix and Vudu, and then Amazon's kind of third.
What about iTunes?
What about
Is in
Hulu?
there?
Hulu?
Oh, I guess, yeah, I mean,
iTunes?
I don't actually, I don't really use my Apple TV that much at all.
Oh,
I'm just being honest.
you heard it here first.
I don't.
Johnny Applebite not using his Apple TV. Gotta step it up, Apple.
I mean, the whole mirroring thing, right? I use it a couple times. It actually is probably, that works the best from a mirroring standpoint if you're talking
Yeah.
about streaming boxes. Absolutely. But, you do that a couple times.
Yeah.
Do I throw music to it? No. Do I just got it to just be like, okay, let's see if this is really worth it for me, but I don't use it at all.
I mean, if you're
mean-
Amazon though, I mean, does Amazon have the ability to have any of their other services on any of the competing products? Can you get Amazon Video on Roku?
You can get on
Yes.
PS, yeah, you can get on
Yeah.
Roku, you can get on on Sony PlayStations.
PS3.
I can't remember, is it on Xbox off the top of my head? Someone
I don't
let
think
me
it's
know.
on Xbox.
Yeah, I
it's
don't
on
think I
Wii
remember.
U. I watch it on Wii U.
Yeah.
And my phone and Chromecast and blah blah blah.
Yeah, like there's
Yeah.
a lot of places you can access it, but there's a few that are
Because I understand
conspicuously
Apple,
absent.
if they're only going to keep their software platform on their products, then it behooves them to make a really good, affordable Apple TV. But if
Right.
you're Amazon, you can get your software on all your competitors.
Pretty much anything.
That's
Then,
what
like,
I'm saying.
why go to the trouble of manufacturing this probably at a loss if you're going to be selling it in that Chromecast, price range?
Yeah, the 50-ish.
Yeah,
I don't think they're gonna get 35, but
Well, look at the price of the Kindle Fires. I mean, it could be. I think actually, I'm like the more that we're talking about it, I feel strongly about free with Prime.
Yeah.
Like I really think if you have renewed your Prime this year, you get one for free. Like all this stuff. Like
With the controller.
I really think so.
and then will the controller be an add-on?
Yeah.
Or will it be part of it? Because if it's part of it, it's definitely gonna be 50
I guess
or higher.
with the
Yeah, it'll be
gaming thing,
49, yeah.
with the gaming angle, I could see justification for having your own product because you're not gonna be able to do that necessarily with Amazon Video on
Right.
Roku.
Yeah.
The gaming.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you use the most with your streaming boxes right now?
I use Apple TV the most. I would say.
Are you using Netflix the most on Apple TV?
Yeah.
Or right? That's what I was gonna
Yeah.
say. It's mostly Netflix on something.
Right.
Although to be fair, has anyone used Netflix for PlayStation 4? It's so
not yet.
fast, like mysteriously and suspiciously fast. When you use
Mysteriously.
it compared to Apple TV's iteration of it, it's really fast, and I'm always surprised. So we might switch at some point, but yeah, usually we just use Apple TV.
I was doing Netflix on Xbox for a while until I realized I was paying the gold premium price. Basically to have Netflix on
Yeah.
my Xbox. I'm like, that's really dumb.
Yeah.
I've got 3 other devices. I could do this in this house.
And that is, that's a thing that people have like always been wondering. Microsoft, why do I have to pay gold wherever there's so like the PS3, PS4, they don't charge you to use the Netflix feature.
Yeah.
No,
Microsoft, you have to get a gold membership. So you wised up.
Maybe
and-
they'll answer that in this next press conference after Amazon, right? We're
Yeah.
going to be here a while. We need a lot of questions answered today.
Yeah.
if they spend 3 hours purely on Windows 8.1 update, my eyeballs might bleed.
Well, that's what the donuts are here for.
Yeah, and also, well, I mean, if you think about it, if we're going back to 24, this is like going to be like a 4-hour. This is a 4-hour. This is 4 episodes of 24.
Well, that's the amazing thing about that show. It's a real-time show, but no one goes to the bathroom. Like, that's one show where someone should use the restroom.
I'm tired of putting my ass on the line for nothing.
That's right, Jack
That's-
Bauer.
yeah.
Putting my ass on the line for nothing.
He's done,
Kiefer is done.
and when Kiefer's
Thanks.
done,
That was good. I like that.
everyone's done.
All right, so we're about 3 minutes outside of the keynote. It's expected to start at 8 a.m. If you go check out our live blog, I believe we have a few pictures.
We do. They have a very
what's
home
going on
entertainment-esque sort of setup there, and they were saying there's like Milk Duds and Twizzlers and all kinds of home theater candies and stuff next to everybody's chairs.
It's a candy shop.
They're going to
That's
take us.
the-
Yeah, they're going to open the
It's a
Amazon Prime candy shop.
Amazon
Prime
Fresh.
candy.
Yeah, Amazon
Candy
Fresh
delivery.
candy. Yeah,
Amazon
Perfect.
Fresh. Yeah.
I love it.
I think we're going to see that. Okay, so again, the keynote is going to be in New York. That is going to start in approximately the next few minutes. We will run through that and then come back. And then in between that little transitional time, we will then be here for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are going to be here, right? We're locked in.
Well, I'm leaving.
We're locked in. No, you can't leave.
Our boss is guarding the door.
Yeah,
The door's
yeah,
locked.
She ain't letting us out.
So we'll be here. We'll run Microsoft Build's video presser. And then the one thing that we did want to actually tell you guys is that Amazon is not providing a video stream of this event.
They are
I
not.
actually forgot to tell you that.
I'm surprised.
So we'll be doing kind of the play-by-play. You'll have to hear our voices because you want to. We'll be showing off the photos in the live blog as we go along, just to kind of tell you what it is. We don't expect Amazon's keynote to be that long. And typically they've been
Yeah.
pretty direct, quick to the point. Half an hour, 45 minutes. Boom.
Yeah.
So,
That seems about right. Hopefully. Otherwise, we're going to run into some weird overlap issues, and then everything's going to implode.
what do you guys think about just Amazon in general? Also, potentially doing a phone down the road.
That makes more sense to me. I feel like that's like
I think a
a Kindle
phone
Fiery
is-
kind
yeah.
of way to really make a unique product that could be disruptive.
The Kindle Spark.
Right.
It's a little phone.
Get people reading again, right? Because that's all you get is ink,
No
ink
whisper,
display on
yeah,
your phone.
whisper.
Oh, man, ink.
Oh, it'll be amazing.
I actually like ink, but just not on my phone.
I don't know. Could be cool.
There was that phone that switched on both sides, right? Oh, I forgot what it was
Yeah.
called. It was at
Yoda.
CES.
The Yoda phone.
Is the Yoda phone?
Oh, Yoda phone.
Yota.
Wow.
Yota.
Yota.
Yoda.
Yota. Yota. That's a Star Wars character.
Somebody
Yeah.
said Amazon is on Xbox.
Okay.
I'm reading I'm reading all the comments.
All right.
Good. No, I mean, sometimes we need people because it's like,
Check us,
do you
'cause-
expect us to
Yeah.
know everything? Come on. I mean,
And somebody on Twitter said, no more ports. Just make the apps, make the hardware to promote, but services across the board.
I know, but right now is kind of like the Cretaceous
Everybody wants
period
in,
where
yeah.
everyone's making their boxes, and then will be the survival of the fittest.
It
and
will be.
which boxes will die out? Which
Yeah.
ones will Ashley and Brian toss to the side?
Which ones will we throw away?
Yeah.
what do you
Burn
Which box
ceremoniously.
are you using right now?
Right now, I'm using like my Apple TV, and then the smarts, the apps that are on my TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I end up not using my Apple TV because I just like navigating with my video game controller better.
I always find that Apple TV remote just gets lost. I
It's
just
like
have to use my phone.
It's like
Yeah.
a knife. It's
Yeah.
like cutlery.
It just slides. It
I
fits
lost mine
very
for like
perfectly.
a year, and then I recently moved, and then I found it again. I'm like, oh, the remote.
Yay.
It was in the knife drawer.
Right. But now my kid
again.
can use it, and he's already bought like 3 songs,
Oh no.
without my permission. So it's like I should probably hide it again. Go back to the phone.
Oh man.
I know. That's what Apple's counting on, though. Lights
All
are
right,
dimming.
lights dimming. So what
Oh,
we're going to do
boy.
now, guys, is we're just going to transition over to just talking about this live event that Amazon has. According to our blog, you guys can follow along. We'll have text and from our staff over there. I'm not exactly sure who's hanging out over there. Sarah Tew is our photographer. That's going to be on site. David Carnoy, DC. He'll be there as well. So we'll just, and I think Joan Solzman is also there. So they'll be doing the live blog, and we will kind of follow along with their words. And there are eyes and ears and nose right now.
Apparently, they've got a sizzle reel of video clips for Amazon Prime Instant Video. So, Downton Abbey is one of their exclusives.
Oh, yeah.
So they're getting some Downton Abbey in, some very proper Downton Abbey. It's another show I haven't seen. Or
No, that's the one I make fun of my wife for.
And that's one of their exclusive license streaming shows as well.
yeah,
Right.
Do I feel like as a wife, like I feel like I should be watching Downton Abbey, like I'm
No,
making
no,
my
I know,
husband
I just-
annoyed, and like I can't. I just feel like I can't do it.
There's, guys watch shows that their lady companions.
I know plenty
Yeah.
of guys
Yeah,
who like down
seriously.
and out. I wasn't trying to be, sexist. I was just saying in my house that is
No, but
something
I
where
always
my
hear
my
that
wife,
though. It's like I always hear from like all of my friends, all my guy friends who are into tech. They're just like, "Oh, my wife loves that show."
Yeah.
Like for some reason, but then they end up getting into it because they like are kind of watching over their shoulder. Like, so what's going on?
Just like Real Housewives of Atlanta. Not that I've ever seen that. Seriously.
You're like not
Totally haven't seen that. Also showing off kind of some of the other content that they have. David Carnoy talks about Amazon's show betas, and a bunch of them they're picking up. One's called Transparent. One's called The After, made from like the creators of X-Files. There's a lot of shows that they're really trying to push that are exclusive because they become their own production house now.
Well, I think Joan mentions Netflix decided it would be focusing on originals like House of Cards instead, which is a tack that Amazon has been chasing too since the show became a hit. And I think that's absolutely true. Ever since House of Cards really became this sort of critically acclaimed
Yeah.
thing.
Emmy Award-winning show,
Emmy Award
right?
winning, and now it's basically this is a really big deal, and a lot of these streaming houses are also having to get into production to sort of compete and offer something that you can't get anywhere else.
All right, looks like Amazon's Peter Larson has taken the stage and welcomed everyone. He is showing off right now kind of their explosive growth of Amazon's digital video usage. Big tick up, 350% growth. There's everyone's favorite hockey stick.
Yeah.
It always
after
looks
we watched
good.
all the 90210 episodes and actually got some content, boom, people actually
I
started
have
using
no
it.
idea what you're talking about, Donald. I really don't. So there you go.
People
Looks-
love to watch Brenda get mad.
Yeah. Ooh.
350 million people.
So I've got to imagine the Amazon digital video customers in 2006, that's clearly before Prime started. Were those just purchases?
I think it's maybe people who are
Stream?
well.
It could- I
is
mean,
it
it-
streaming? Is it?
Was it streaming their little product videos?
Well, it's saying this is just Amazon Video. It's not necessarily Prime Video. So,
Yeah.
or actually, okay. So at the very beginning, it's Joe mentioned Amazon's Prime Instant Video. So maybe that's the number they're looking at.
Yeah, they're bringing up some of their competitors, or Jones mentioning how Netflix is also investing. They have more than 44 million subscribers. That's Larson's words. Hulu's investing too, he says. It's clear customers love this content, and they're watching on streaming media devices. We're selling millions of these devices, and we hear about what's working. And that's a good insight because Amazon, they really do see everything.
Yeah.
Right? They can pick up on plenty of trends because of people's actual purchasing habits.
Right.
And what's driven that way. Probably why they went to get the 24 acquisition, because so many of their customers probably buy 24. And so they want to align with that.
Well, he mentions that search, one of the things that doesn't work, the things that they also not only hear about what does work, but what doesn't work. And one of the things that doesn't tend to work is search, which if you're not looking for something that is new or best-selling, it tends to be very difficult to find that content.
They're talking about also the Chromecast, and Larson says Chromecast was a bestseller in Amazon's electronics department for much of last year and remains top of the list today at Amazon.com.
Very interesting. Oh, and they're mentioning this, which, yes, that absolutely makes me crazy. Still with search, using a 4-direction pointer to type is frustrating. And so they've got some Apple TV customer reviews. So David Carnoy mentions maybe a possible keyboard option, which is interesting.
Second customer complaint is around performance, according to the exec. And that's a performance thing with these streaming devices. We had, well, I guess he must be referring to performance on their site. Joan is referring to this dreaded spinner.
Buffering.
The buffer guy.
Right.
No.
I don't like that.
They show a little turtle with the word performance because that explains that it's slower.
It's very visual, yes.
Yeah. Unless it's the PlayStation 4, but yeah.
In which case, it's great. It's really fast.
They show the spinning buffery little guy there too. That's cool.
Well, I mean, that has to be
guy.
one way that they're cutting the cost on these things too. They can't be putting a lot of processing power into things they're selling for
that guy.
$35 to $100.
Yep, apps like Netflix are too slow in launching, except on the PS4.
What's interesting, though, also is that we just reviewed the Roku streaming stick, and it uses an older processor because, it doesn't have the beefy internals of the current gens, and the Netflix app itself on Roku sticks takes around 30 seconds to boot up, whereas other devices, you could get like less than 8 seconds.
Yeah.
So performance is going to be a big deal. Here's a quote from one of the screenshots at the event. 2 words don't bother poor performance from the get-go, as sound and picture only erratically matched up and picture routinely froze and jumped around. This is from a Chromecast customer review.
Yeah.
Of course they're gonna. This is what we do at Keynotes. We showcase what people say about other products
How much
that
they
are not
hate other
positive.
stuff. Yeah. How much they hate other stuff.
That said, I'm sure Chromecast was like a really hot seller for Amazon.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
They must have made a lot of money from that. But
well, it is very interesting that they kind of have that access to all of those customer reviews for every set-top box. And they have access to the, they have so much access to what consumers think of other products that maybe you don't necessarily have in terms of like you can't go to Apple.com, you can't go to the store there and buy a Chromecast, so they're not really going to know how people kind of respond to that. So it's really interesting that Amazon sort of has that information.
The third customer complaint that they've been able to that they've received from all these devices is that there's a closed environment. Clearly kind of a little dig at Apple, where that's one of the issues that their customers, they want something more open. So we'll see how much Amazon opens this up.
Well, now this comment though from an Apple TV customer, the first thing they did on the Apple TV was try to watch an Amazon Prime video. It seems like they did not get the point of what an Apple TV is.
P.S. By the way, that's Apple TV customer review written by Jeff Bezos. that is definitely written by somebody who works.
I mean,
at
you're
Amazon.
right. They didn't read what it's about, and also that's a point of Apple though deliberately choosing specific partners to block at, allow or not.
Yeah.
And also Xbox One customer review by Brian Tong. You cannot access your Netflix account without paying a $60 a year Xbox Live subscription fee. Not really sure who is going to pay $60 a year for a service they are already paying for.
Yeah, that's also co-written by Donald Bell.
Yeah.
So
ghost written.
They just threw up this little graphic. What their goal here to do now with knowing these complaints is to invent and simplify.
It just works.
Yeah. And then, of course, this beautiful graphic of search, performance, closed ecosystem.
Well, it's
These
a
are all the
terrarium.
problems.
Is a terrarium a
Terrariums are
closed
adorable.
ecosystem?
There's a turtle under that kid's bed. It's weird.
All right.
I don't understand what that.
No, the turtle's,
Yeah,
on,
it's
a,
very
turtle's on a running
strange.
track.
Turtle's
Turtle's on a running
racing
track.
under that child's bed in the dark,
That's pretty fast.
trying to get to that tree that's strapped
Running
in a bottle.
away from
Running
that tree,
from the
that
curtain.
evil
Away
tree.
from it. That's right.
Larson is also now talking about the complaint of having to turn off his electronic devices before flights. He says Amazon led the drive to get that policy changed.
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't know about, was it Amazon or was it us?
I'm pretty sure it was people
I
being
think it
angry.
it might have
Or
been
Apple.
you, me, and you.
I think it was Alec
you.
Baldwin. Was it Alec Baldwin?
Kiefer Sutherland probably led the charge on that
The
one.
company that makes words with friends. That's exactly who it was.
He's talking about other innovations that Kindle has done, long battery life, the Mayday button on Fires. I think the Mayday button is cool, but I don't know anyone, I guess maybe because we're a little more,
Or tech savvy.
anyone that's necessarily used it or said, like, Mayday saved my life. I want to see that quote.
Yeah. Well, I've tried it previously just to see how it works, and it actually is really cool. Like in function, it's really cool. I could see somebody like my grandma using it, but
Right.
because if she's going like, "Gosh, I don't remember where this particular feature is," but
It always seemed like it was being sold to me as like a service for lonely dudes. Right? It was like
Well,
just like way too friendly
here we go.
Mayday
Amazon
lady coming up.
introducing Amazon Fire TV.
Fire
Fire
TV.
TV,
Fire
yes,
Okay,
TV,
better than
not
Fire
Fire
Tube.
Tube. Apparently, it looks exactly like Apple TV.
All
So
right.
Fire
it's,
Tube.
Interesting though. I would have figured they'd go with the much smaller,
Here you go.
probably cheaper.
He's holding it up. It's what Amazon likes to do is have square corners because they're not a rounded corner company. So
No.
he's holding. You can kind of see it up there.
It
Looks
is.
like a coaster.
It does look like a thick coaster. It looks like a stack of coasters.
Yeah, a coaster stack.
It's delightful.
So
It
they
is very square.
Fire TV. That's a solid name.
Fire Tube. What's better than Fire Tube?
He also says you're going to get to take one home today. So this would be for
This is
the people in the event, not for us, right?
the Oprah moment.
Coasters for everyone.
Looks like it has a remote.
You get a coaster.
You get a coaster.
Everybody
Gets
gets
a coaster. All right, it's always fun
It's
when
way
you know
too
multiple.
early for
No,
this.
but when everyone says it together,
Oprah
it's
yells.
Oh, I'm
always
sorry.
a-
I should have joined in.
Yeah.
You're,
Next
you're
time.
supposed to. Everyone in the room gets one. Applause from the people in the back who aren't covering this event.
The remote looks
They're like, yeah!
the remote
They're
looks a
just
little more
standing.
substantial than an Apple remote. It looks kind of more like a Roku remote.
Here's some details. It's going to bring a quad-core processor with a dedicated GPU. So
So
you're gonna try
some
and adjust the
gaming maybe in
performance,
there. Yeah, so maybe some
potentially.
gaming. Best in class. That's what they're saying. Quad core best in class.
dedicated GPU usually found in high-end smartphones, according to Larson, which, yes, is true.
A best-in-class unnamed processor.
Oh, 2 gigs of RAM. Interesting.
Nice.
Very good.
Second solution to performance, as he says.
I do like this whole like solutions to performance. This is very
Yeah, I mean, it definitely already looks like it's going to have the beefs to keep up. We'll see what it actually looks like.
yeah. It just feels like it's such a crowded market. I'm really curious how they're gonna.
Well, it's going to be fast and
Differentiate here.
fluid.
Well, they
Super
haven't
fast.
mentioned how free it is yet, Ashley. Once they say
free.
how free it is,
Yes.
it'll
That's
get.
gonna be exactly right.
So-
That's gonna really tell the tale.
Do you think it's going to be free or you want it to be free? I'm just,
I'm hoping it is. That's all I can say.
not A or B, C.
No, just all of the above.
all of the
Why
above.
don't you ever give us an all of the above?
You
Brian?
can't do all of the above. It's just
Always
impossible.
all of the above. That is the answer all the time.
Says
It
the
has-
Fire TV is dual band, so you're getting the same
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi that's in the Kindle Fire. What do they call that? The
The dual band Wi-Fi.
yeah,
Mimo?
that's the name- the Mimo.
Mimo?
Yeah, they got the Mimo Wi-Fi.
Mimo. It's like a grandma name. Hey, let's go to Mimo's house.
Right.
Hey guys, let's go to Mimo's house.
Larson says this thing really streams. Look out. I can't wait for you guys to try it out. He says it has 3 times the performance of Apple TV, Roku, and Chromecast. Thinner than a
Wait.
dime, but a dime standing on its edge. Okay.
That is
That's-
sideways
that's-
speak. Stop it. That is ridiculous.
As tall as a... Thinner than the height of a dime. Good Lord.
Stood up, which you'll
That-
never actually physically be able to do.
You know what? I think that's actually brilliant marketing.
That is ridiculous.
They just have to put the words thinner than a dime.
Right.
with an asterisk on
They
it.
can do like
and then
they
underneath
can do their
the
version of the
bottom.
Apple Pencil commercial, but with like a
Yeah.
stack of dimes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Could you
right.
imagine
This
if
dime
the-
must be standing in a vertical position for this to be true.
Can you imagine if Apple's like the iPad, thinner than a pencil, standing up and down. It's going to be the size of this donut box.
The remote control is also small, elegant, and easy to use. He has not held the remote up, but they're kind of showing the back of the box. You can see right now it has HDMI, digital optical audio, Ethernet, and a USB port right now.
Yeah, and the point here that Joan pointed out is that there's no keyboard on the remote, so we still have yet to see how they're going to solve that difficult search
four direction,
problem, right?
yeah, one key at a time
hunting
input.
and pecking.
The remote itself will be Bluetooth, so you don't have to be pointing at the TV.
That's nice. I always appreciate that. Roku's remote does the same thing, right?
Yeah, it's the Wi-Fi direct connection.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, it's good.
It's a nice, because like sometimes you just have to put your little set-top box somewhere where you can't necessarily
Yeah, that is the
point
one
at it,
downside to getting back to my Apple TV remote is that it's a direct sight line.
Yeah,
deal.
I always see my hands like doing this all the time. You're like,
That's why I don't use the Apple TV as much, guys.
yeah.
Guys. All right, they're showing off the home screen of the Fire TV, scrolling through categories on the left. It's a very image-heavy, showing off how zippy.
Carno is calling it zippy. Yeah.
Oh, zippy.
Super
Okay.
fast and quick.
Super fast growing, very image heavy. Well, it's like the home screen's very image heavy.
All right, here's our first look at the interface here. Okay, cool.
Very reminiscent of the Kindle Fire setup, but not necessarily. I do like that. I sort of like this kind of image based, because the thing is really you're looking for media.
It's pretty.
Doesn't need to have a lot of text. You know, I like this. This looks really nice.
I liked when Netflix redesigned their app. I just liked how they used so much of the artwork.
Yeah,
it was just really cool, and like the whole screen fills out. I mean, whatever. It's simple and subtle, but it's cool.
No, it works. And I mean, it's a media device.
Really?
It's software that is dedicated to media. It should be images and, these beautiful posters of the show. And I just really like that sort of artwork display as opposed to a whole bunch of clutter and text.
So what you have here, we did mention that there is no keyboard. If we, there's kind of a look at within a season of a show, Chicago Fire, there is the episodes and then that artwork in the background with it kind of centered. I don't know if you're able to kind of go down a couple pictures in the other direction, but yeah, let's lock on that one and just kind of see what's on the left-hand column of the interface. There is search, so it'll probably be similar to Roku search where you might have to input, unless they're going to show some magical search.
They wouldn't have brought it up unless they've got something
like voice search or something like that.
Yeah.
Speaking to the remote.
Search, yeah. Well, if it's
Fire
Bluetooth, maybe there is something in there. There's also games apps.
Yep.
Also in that list. So
watch
kind of
list,
interesting.
photos, settings.
New
settings.
Feature. Here's the thing. New feature called ASAP anticipates what movies you're going to watch and preloads them so they launch faster.
Ooh.
That'll be 24.
24. Yeah. They're just going to ship
now.
you this box, this Fire TV. They're going to just ship it to BT with 24 preloaded.
That's all. That's all I want. The thing about it is that if they have the exclusive rights to show the new season of 24 that's dropping in May, I want to know how long we have to wait to watch it. Because Hulu, you get it a day after. If they can get 24 a day after streaming,
I have killed 2 people since midnight.
So have
I
I.
have not slept for over 24
That's
So have
I thought
I.
he was going to say 24 hours.
You should be a little more afraid of me than you are right now.
I'm telling you, he's intense the whole show.
That's
He's
too
intense.
much for me.
Yeah.
It's too stressful. It's too stressful.
Too intense. He says, okay, because of that, they're calling it instant ASAP. There's no dreaded spinner. Also, it's an open ecosystem where there is tons of content. So we'll see what that.
Well, they've got
means.
here. We've got this screen up. Sarah's taking a picture of this
Nice.
with. You can see NBA. You can see
Hulu
Pandora.
Plus. Hey, they have Amazon on there.
Yeah. Oh my God, Amazon.
Vivo,
Ted,
iHeart.
Vivo, WWE.
I mean, this right now is already trying to point at, look, okay, we have more than what Apple TV does.
Yeah.
From an app standpoint.
ESPN, Showtime. Wow, Showtime. That one's Showtime. Anytime is a hard one to come by.
Showtime anytime.
I feel like I never see it anywhere. Disney, yeah, obviously YouTube.
I don't see HBO Go.
Yeah, that is true. That seems like an omission, something that I don't quite see on that screen, and it's something that you would imagine they would be excited about if they did have that. So.
It's based on Android and HTML, so if you've got an Android app, it should be easy to port over. There's lots of content partners at launch. Chromecast only had a few, and most of them at the time were Google properties, so Amazon at least, right out of the gates coming out and like Donald mentioned, it is missing HBO Go. Right now,
Seemingly,
they're showing
I mean,
some.
I don't know. But
It says
Yeah, for
Joan
now.
says a biggie that is missing is HBO Go.
Okay, good.
So yeah,
Not
that
crazy.
is missing. Wow, that's a big one.
You know what drives me crazy about HBO Go and then some of these content carriers? I don't know if you know this per se, but I kind of like figured it out. Depending on your carrier, right? HBO Go works on your Xbox if you have Comcast, but doesn't work on your Roku if you have Comcast. Like depending,
It's weird
it's
licensing
covered. Yeah,
issues.
exactly. It's covered by a lot of providers, but then sometimes because I'm a Comcast user, sometimes it shows up as an option to stream on devices. Sometimes it doesn't. I'm just like, what?
it's fickle.
Yeah,
But
very fickle.
It's annoying. It's stupid.
It's strange. It is very strange that there's like, just oh well, you can access HBO Go via this device, but not this one, and it.
And like on one device it is supported by your carrier. On another device, it's not.
yeah,
That doesn't. I mean, we all know the streaming woes, but it just doesn't make sense. It's
Yeah.
just that doesn't make sense.
I wonder if that's more on the carrier or more on HBO.
Well,
you know?
I don't know, because if it's just a box that pumps that content through to whether it's a PS3 or a Roku stick or an Xbox or Chromecast, if that carrier supports it, why wouldn't it support on a Roku? I don't know. I'm not asking you guys for the
Yeah.
answer. I'm just saying. Donald,
It's your birthday, man. I want to have
Yeah.
answers for
I
you, Brian.
know.
I'm sorry.
That's the gift that we'd like to give is answers, but I'm just gonna say all of the above.
All right, so
yes.
It's a permanent
Yes.
answer.
we still don't know how much this thing costs. Nothing yet about gaming.
Got a couple people saying things like Android apps would be what will make it stand out if they can pull it off. Otherwise, it's just a Roku Plus. That's from Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else said looks a lot like Plex. Darth Geo. A couple people have said looks exactly like
It
Plex.
does look plexy,
Yes.
except I mean, without actually having Plex on there, I don't know if I saw that.
Well, also right now, I don't know what they've shown us. Like, okay, you have a box that might perform a little faster, but it's not like they're going to prevent us from watching Amazon Studio content on other devices unless they are. And
right.
is it going to be
Maybe
good
Amazon
enough?
Studios is going to be the thing that's exclusive to.
And those shows better be darn good.
They're going to have to be really good. They're going to have to be
lure-
Emmy Award winning
Yeah, that's
good.
literally right.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to try to compete with that. Alpha House, they're showing an image here. That's the John Goodman kind of political comedy that they have on that they released in their first for like a beta season.
I would like to agree really briefly with this commenter. Hyatt says, how odd is it that Amazon doesn't have streaming video of their video streaming device announcement? I agree.
Well,
I think that is very weird.
we all were kind of baffled by that as well because they've streamed other events in the past, but just not this one.
All right.
Yeah.
Fred here corrected me. He says it does have Plex on it, so that would at least open up some other streaming options from your computer or from your laptop or your tablet.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Well,
So I would imagine Brandon makes a good point, and I was just about to say this, is on Apple TV you can search with your iPhone or your iPad, which makes obviously the keyboard issue a little easier. But I would imagine that your Fire tablet would be your keyboard if you have one.
yeah, it could be one of them. I mean, there wouldn't if they had an app even. Why not let any device be your keyboard, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's possible if you have a Fire TV app that would then connect.
There's an app for that.
via Bluetooth, and
Yeah,
there's an app for everything.
there's an app for that. But yeah,
I'm
they
really
still have-
curious as to like how many people watching our live stream have seen Amazon original content and if they enjoyed it or not.
I think that's a good question.
Yeah.
Because that's what's going to be the most compelling thing about this, right?
Yeah.
At least from what we've said so far. We'll wait to see what they're talking about. They're still kind of promoting their Amazon Studios, but yeah, if you guys can hashtag CNET Live or give us a call.
Yeah, call
When
us.
we're done, call us at 1-888-900-CNET. Danny Wimmers.
Oh,
Then,
here we go. Voice search.
Voice.
Okay, did it? I
Dropping
talking
it.
to the remote.
Are you talking to the
I
remote or are
should,
you
actually
talking
should
to the
not
box?
do that gesture.
Yeah.
Yeah, that,
Gonna put my hand.
you're making
down.
it way too easy. You're making it way too easy. You're
Put
serving it up.
I'm just gonna cross my arms right now. Talking to the remote.
Yes. So yeah, voice search. So it's a search demo, and they were touting that you're able to. I love how they kind of threw in the House of Cards reference. He's like, you can watch Alpha House and House of Cards.
The remote has a microphone in it, like I predicted.
Yes.
Ah, very
I
nice.
see the future.
And this
You
is
did.
how we make the leap from the voice search to just being able to tell Amazon what you want. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Directly.
No, and
Which
it's
you
always
alluded to
listening.
earlier
I know.
in the morning.
It is
Amazon.
always going to be listening. It is
I could
always
really
gonna be
use some
listening.
candy
Do you-
right now.
Do you wonder why we do these podcasts? We're the experts.
Yeah, this is where the
Clearly.
great ideas come from.
All that needs
Yeah.
to drop is that
free.
it's free with Amazon Prime.
If it's free with Prime, I'm going to take a victory lap.
I want to run
the
around.
studio.
Just go
We'll
nuts.
play some Olympic music. Actually, are we allowed
I
to
should
even
have
say the
brought
word
some-
Olympics?
No,
I don't even know.
no.
Keep saying
When
it.
it's
The
not
games.
going on. Oh, the
games.
The 5 circled ringed games.
Right, sure.
Right? Of colors.
All right, it doesn't talk back to you, though. No Siri-like voices involved in the,
I actually maybe appreciate that a little bit.
Yeah.
I like this demo. So they were saying, say John Malkovich, and it goes right to all the movies he's in. There's a microphone in the remote. You don't have to shout across at your TV, which is nice. So it's not maybe a little dig at Connect there.
Steven, I said there's a microphone in the remote like
You did.
30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So it is nice.
No, it's just,
Yeah.
it's a callback. That's all.
Yeah, it's a callback.
Yeah,
that's
what
right.
Yeah. I'm
Larson
messing
is
with-
Larson
I'm
is
messing with
very
y'all.
excited about how fast and easy this is to use.
Is it like ASAP fast?
ASAP?
ASAP.
Yeah,
ASAP
see,
voice.
there are a lot of viewers watching this saying, I don't see any reason to get another device. My TV is already
Agreed.
cluttered enough.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, Amazon has to have the numbers of how saturated the market already is.
They know how
for
saturated.
Roku's and Apple TVs.
Yeah, I
But-
mean,
I mean, what's also interesting with this Amazon Play, like, let's look at their other devices. Or typically, other than the Kindle, right, the e-reader, the Kindle Fire came, after kind of tablets were still figuring themselves out. It came out as a lower cost option.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily selling bazonkers, but it's not hurting them.
I
And
think
it's
it's
all
doing
about a
quite
content
well.
play. It's all about
Yeah.
a content play, right? Selling content. Now with this device, though, you're going to be getting this video content right now, as we see with an Amazon Prime membership. But are they going to be able to necessarily sell more content because of this? Because that's what it's
Right.
all about for them.
is selling.
Is selling more stuff.
Well,
Well,
also keeping users stuck to their Prime membership and
Right.
to using Amazon to get their content instead of throwing their money at Apple.
I like
do-
what they're doing, but I don't know why I would buy one right now based on what I have. That's all I'm saying.
But thus far, I mean, I like this voice
Yeah.
search, and I like how the results are sort of, as somebody who, like, I love movies, and it's sort of like the YouTube syndrome where it's like you watch a movie and you're like, God, that was such a great, like, Oscar-winning movie or whatever. You're like, what was nominated that year? And you're like, you want to see,
Yeah.
like, I get into these sort of black holes of
Clearly.
like watching movies, and it just gets crazy. I like fall into these rabbit holes, but results will bring you related movies. So if you search for an Oscar winner, so if you look for Daniel Day-Lewis and you watch Gangs of New York, it'll bring up other movies that were nominated around the same time, which I appreciate that as somebody who, likes to watch movies in those weird.
And let's not
sort of-
forget that Amazon owns IMDb, right? So I mean,
Right.
they've got a
It's a really
vast
great
warehouse
integration.
of information to be able to pull from.
That's a fantastic way to integrate. That's a fantastic way to integrate a product and service that you have, a property that you have.
Here's a no-no that you shouldn't do in a Keynote. So earlier, Larson says, this is voice search that actually works. He later on spoke into it and said princess movies, and Carnoy said there was a demo error on the genre search.
Boo. But
Now, I don't know
works
if it
on
was
the
the
second
system.
try.
It does work on the second try. So it actually works on the second try.
But
I'm
how
gonna
excited
write
are
my
you?
Amazon review right now.
I'm excited that Brian can now search for princess movies. This is like the best birthday ever for you, right?
Pretty much.
Here's
90210 princess
here's
movies.
the demo error. It actually said, sorry, could you repeat that? We didn't understand. See what it says there?
He needs to enunciate,
So-
put a cork in it.
Come on, Larson. The thing is also whenever they say voice search that actually works, let's be real, it doesn't work for everyone.
No,
Yeah.
it works maybe 60% of the time.
You're dooming yourself in the
Yeah,
presentation.
That's what
never
I'm saying.
say
That's
it
what I'm
always
saying.
Yeah.
works. Always and never are words you can't use during presentations.
They're now showing photos on your TV. They brought up the point of it's always been hard to get photos onto your TV, so how are they going to do this?
It's
Hope
not that hard.
Hope it's not Amazon
don't-
Cloud.
It is. Well, it says I've got Cloud Drive, a free app from Amazon. When you have it, the photo will seamlessly upload to the cloud. On the left-hand column, you scroll down to photos, and then you see them pop up within seconds.
So they're saying with the Amazon app, you can show photos on the Fire TV.
Very easily, apparently.
He just took a picture with his phone. They didn't say which said phone it was, right?
Amazon phone.
That's the Spark, the
Spark.
secret Spark phone.
One more thing.
X-ray. Oh, X-ray for movies and TV shows. Okay.
That's actually a cool feature on the tablets.
Yeah,
I always thought
do
that was
like
fun,
X-ray,
right? Because
yeah.
all those little factoids and
I love
like
it.
connections to
Yeah. It's
actors
like
in movies,
pop-up
like your
video.
timeout. Yeah, it's good stuff.
It's like pop-up music videos, except for movies and TV and books. That is a really cool feature. Oh, and there you go. So overlay that inserts IMDb data about a given scene right at the ready. So your trivia, which I love looking up on IMDb,
Right.
like, oh man, they're maybe selling me a little
This
bit
is
on
it.
it.
Now
I'm
that
kind of feeling
the IMDb tie-in.
I love my weird movie trivia. So this is like very exciting for me that I could just have that right up on my screen.
That's an app that they should integrate. Like if they actually have the ability to serve this content, they should have like quiz mode or something on movies. Because there's
Yeah,
movies that you
that would be
always watch. Watch this next feature they're going to announce.
All right. here we
Quiz
go.
mode. Seriously.
Brian's calling it here.
Our collective predictive
Quiz
skills
mode.
are pretty ridiculous right now. I'm calling quiz mode.
Dude, I'm so
I
hungry.
love
I'm so
quiz
hungry
mode.
for Quiznos
Right?
now.
Quiznos?
Yeah.
Toasted
I'm already
sandwich.
hungry.
Aren't they bankrupt?
Yeah,
Did
they
just
filed for bankruptcy.
Man,
We
we're getting a
know
lot of
it.
news out this morning.
I know my sandwich business, sir. I know my sandwich
as
business.
do I. What was your favorite one though?
I really like the peppercorn prime rib.
Oh, that
That's
was a good one. They brought that out a little later, right?
Yeah, a little later. Before that, it was the turkey ranch.
I was always the honey mustard chicken
Wow.
with bacon
Oh,
and
that's
cheese.
There's no way we've gotten off the rails, is it?
No, definitely
No.
not.
Okay.
Well, they're talking about,
They're
if
talking about
Tom's-
Tom Cruise being on screen.
Which are you a Tom Cruise fan?
Not recently. Vintage Tom
Yeah,
Cruise, just
Top
like
Gun
Kiefer
Tom
Sutherland.
Right.
Just like Kiefer Sutherland. Vintage.
Vintage Tom and
If
Kiefer.
Tom or Kiefer are on the screen, you get their IMDb overlay. All right, so right now there's some images of this showing on the tablet with the Fire TV. You can use your Kindle as a second screen. With this overlay, info is beamed to your Kindle instead. So it looks like this is a companion piece.
Well, if you don't have a Kindle Fire, it'll be on your television. But if you have a Kindle Fire, it'll actually show up there as
I
a
think
second
this
screen.
is what the Wii U does now. if
Yeah,
you're watching,
yeah, with the
Amazon.
gamepad.
Yeah, with
Right.
the gamepad.
All right, and this is one little detail that snuck through here. I don't know if what was said here, but Joan Salzman is saying coming next month music. Now, music is one thing that was not in the nav that they're showing right now, but that might have been dropped in passing. That Amazon Music would be coming to this device.
That's
too.
cool. I own 3 songs on Amazon.
You know what? I went Amazon crazy for a while because they had MP3s that had no
DRM.
DRM on them, and so I could just put them anywhere.
Oh yeah.
And then, to be honest, I started getting lazy, and then iTunes Radio was just there. Buy songs from iTunes Radio.
Yeah,
that
like
I
my
liked.
kid, like my kid buying all the Disney
You know,
songs.
the whole thing of like you being lazy and it's just there really does work. You know,
Yeah.
we talk about
Laziness is a good
I'm
motivator.
serious.
That's the sub tagline of Apple because you're lazy.
Yeah.
And it just works.
I wouldn't argue with that either.
just
You know,
works.
It
And
just
because
works
you're
is the
lazy.
really nice way of saying you are super lazy.
So what they have here, they talked about their music services. When you play music, lyrics are synced and displayed on your TV.
Oh man,
It's karaoke
Oh.
time. Karaoke time.
Oh, come on. Prime karaoke? Let's do it.
Oh, that's going to be that's next month too with
I don't
music.
know if I want to
That's
know what
Prime
Pitbull is
karaoke.
saying.
If there's a...
No.
Who knows? He might change your life.
Oh, that killed me on that one.
Oh, it's
You
amazing.
freaking killed
The
me
best.
just now.
Yeah, maybe sometimes you don't want to know the lyrics to certain songs.
Yeah, my kid's interpretation of what Pitbull is saying is a lot better, I'm
It's
sure,
a lot,
than
yeah,
what he's
kinder.
actually saying.
Dos, tres, catorce.
Oh, here you go. Okay, so here for your kid.
For the kid.
Free
Yay.
time. Free time is another feature. Custom built environment for kids 3 to 8.
Whoa.
Oh.
Apparently, it's
Beecham's eyes are perking up.
it's very
I don't
similar.
see Caillou on there. What's going on here?
Oh no, I would pay them extra to keep Caillou off of that thing. Are you kidding?
Come on.
Keep explaining why that
where's
kid's
Ninjago?
bald.
I hate Caillou.
Where's
but my
Ninjago?
son-
Amazing. And then they can't get out of free time unless they enter a password. You can choose what goes into free time. Kids don't have to wade through stuff they don't want, so you can pick.
And there's a game controller icon on that kid mode too. So.
You're right.
Can my kids sing the theme song to shows and it'll pop up? That's what I want to know.
Well, are you playing
Into
the
the
theme
microphone.
show
Perfect,
song
yeah.
music?
If you could sing it into the remote,
Right.
It's an
Sing
extra.
Caillou,
It's an
and then
extra
it plays Caillou.
subscription. It's an extra
Whoa.
subscription. If you
What?
want free time, it's $2.99 a month.
Suckers.
$36 a year for your kid to watch Dora the Explorer 100 million times over and over.
And then the free time feature, if I recall, right, you can limit the amount of time it's on for, correct?
I think Joan just actually mentioned that you can set time
Okay.
limits, and they can vary depending on a weekday or weekend.
I actually didn't read Joan's comment.
I know you were you were on it. You were reading her mind.
was
I
reading
think
Joan.
you developed psychic powers on your birthday. Also,
I know what you're thinking
It's
out
still-
there. I know. Stop that. That's not right. That's not right.
It doesn't make any sense though. Like, what extra effort is it on Amazon to enable that feature? Like, what are you buying with the $2.99?
Other than
sanity, no in-app
Yes,
purchasing.
desperate parents.
Desperate
Like
parents,
anything.
just
Lyric-
to dull the pain.
It's
lyrics and
$2.99.
dialogue script so that your kids can talk to it while they watch it.
Yeah,
Guess
$3 a month for a television babysitter.
Right,
It's
for your,
pretty
your-
cheap.
for your kid's new
Cheap.
best friend.
Beach 'em,
Yeah.
that's worth it,
Yeah.
right?
No, it's
$3.
not.
What if they
Not
put
at
the
all.
lyrics of the theme songs?
No, that
No?
make it even worse because
I
they don't
know.
know all the
Well, you're
songs.
helping
I
them
know.
read. That's you're helping them
It's an
read.
educational tool,
Educational.
guys. Educational tool.
I read to him.
Free time unlimited and all-you-can-eat subscription with Sesame Street, PBS, Nickelodeon content.
Oh,
That's
that's
part
the
of it.
that's
Okay.
the
That's what it
subscription
was.
service.
So,
Okay, there we go.
Additional content
That
from
makes a
those
lot
carriers.
more sense. And Carnoy also noted, same as you, that there was an icon for a game controller.
Yeah,
and it looked
games.
pretty much exactly like the
actual
very
game controller.
not
Right.
attractive game controller we saw earlier.
It's like maybe they made the icon first and then they modeled
And then
the
they were
controller
like-
after it.
So we love this icon. Let's try to make a controller that looks just like it.
Ooh.
All right.
Okay, so here
Here
we
we're
go.
talking about gaming.
Getting into the gaming stuff. Oh boy, man, I might use the Sesame Street and just play it during the day.
For $2.99 a month?
No, well, yeah, I don't know, maybe not.
YouTube channel.
Yeah,
Just saying.
All right, here,
you just play the YouTube channel on loop.
here they're talking about, Larson is saying millions of people have game consoles, but many millions more don't have consoles because they either can't afford or don't want to pay that much. I don't know about
I think there's so many options for consoles at
saying.
so many different price points. I'm not sure how accurate that is.
Well, and we still don't know how much this thing is.
Right. I mean, the thing is you could get a 2DS for $129.
Booyah.
You can buy an Ouya for less than $100.
Booyah.
There are many options that people have.
It just happened to work. He says people play games on tablets, but they want to play on TV. Here's an Apple TV customer review.
I already hate this person. Go
I
ahead.
bought this Apple TV primarily for mirroring games and was
First,
excited to
that's-
see how Asphalt
Ugh.
8 car racing would look on my big screen TV. For this gamer, it was an epic fail.
That guy, that has to be no. Like I'm just angry about that. Just angry. Like that just
This guy?
Nope.
No.
I can't with this guy.
But, this is, again, kind of, this is what I've seen in the past two keynotes, this and HECs, right? These are companies that are kind of not the leaders right now, and we don't know how well their phones are going to sell, and my voice just cracked. But
Well, you're finally hitting that special age.
I am at that age.
Happy birthday.
But now Amazon is kind of directly saying, okay, these are what the others do. We're gonna give you games now because someone like Apple TV, which say closed ecosystem, blah blah blah. Now
Doesn't
also we're gonna
have
give you
gaming.
gaming. They don't have real gaming.
Yeah.
But
there
They
could
will.
be a new Apple. Yeah,
They will
exactly.
in a
new
month.
Apple TV set-top
In
box
the next month.
WWDC
Michael Frazzini, VP of Amazon Games, coming up.
taking the stage.
Lots of partnerships with big mobile game developers.
Sega, EA, Disney. By next month, we'll have thousands of games for customers to play.
Jet
But is
Grind
it all
Radio.
going to be Candy Crush Saga?
I want Jet Grind Radio. I want
Jet
Jet Grind Radio. That game
Jet
was
Grind
sick.
Radio, Dreamcast. Oh,
Ugh!
rest in peace, Dreamcast. right?
I bought a Dreamcast right before they killed them all just to have one so that I could still Samba de Amigo.
You
Do you remember Samba
de Amigo
the
with
Maracas game? You know what I'm
maracas,
talking
man.
about?
Yeah, that was an awesome
I have that
game.
I still have that whole setup. It still works today.
Samba de Amigo. I remember playing that at E3 and thinking to myself,
Freaking
this
awesome.
is amazing.
It's the
So
future.
awesome.
The future.
This is the future of gaming right here, Maracas.
All right, I guess we'll get back to the keynote, guys. You can play with the Fire TV remote. We've created an app to use phones and tablets to play games. This will be available next month. And now they've just unveiled the Fire game
There it is.
controller.
The controller
Voila.
exists.
It is
and
the
looks,
yeah.
yeah.
It's what we've seen. It looks a little more better polished.
Yeah, it looks a little
surface.
smoother.
Yeah, maybe a satin finish. instead of that weird
Satin?
matte black.
It ain't
sort
matte,
of.
it's sat.
That's
It's very
looks
similar
okay.
to what we.
$39.99 for the controller.
Okay.
Very similar to what
It looks
we
like
saw
that,
here.
but more shiny and satiny. Satiny.
Comes with
Okay.
1,000 Amazon coins.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Oh,
yeah.
Amazon coins.
Come on,
Yeah.
guys.
What?
Come on. For
The-
just the
40 bucks
controller.
for
Just the controller.
Well, now, okay, so I'm feeling like maybe this could be a real thing. You could get the box for free with Prime.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm feeling that too.
I'm getting
I'm
real
feeling that,
excited.
too.
I think this might be a thing.
Yeah, but if I got to pay for everything in Amazon coins, that feels like Xbox points.
Can
to
you
me,
convert
it's
Dogecoin into?
like-
Can I please convert my Dogecoin into
What's the
Amazon
Bitcoin
you
coins?
guys,
exchange
everyone,
rate?
Why? Yeah. What's the exchange rate on Bitcoins?
everyone
To
in the
Amazon
room gets
coins.
a controller as well.
They opened it.
Oh.
I love it.
Yeah. Bonnie, our executive producer, was like, they said that? I want one. Get me in there. Get me in there right now.
Minecraft. That's going to be the
Minecraft.
thing that will get kids excited, Bonnie. Come on.
Oh, it's gonna be
you
so
know you got to
good.
order one now.
Bonnie, listen to Amazon, a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
46 million copies sold. #1 paid game from the Amazon App Store. Come on.
Why? I hope they have Notch there. They
Yes.
should bring out Notch.
Our today's children dream in Minecraft now. We might as well have it on your TV.
Dreaming blocks. Oh boy.
Man, yeah, if you got this, I mean, why wouldn't you at least how about this? Why wouldn't you try this if you just happen to have an Amazon Prime subscription and it's free? I'm
It
feeling
is
you on
free.
that now. Because
I'm
they've said
thinking.
this costs this much, but they
So the person who's probably feeling this the most today is Roku, right? Feeling the
I
most
think
threatened.
so. I think maybe, well, Chromecast. I think is just a fun thing that Google put out. So I think, I would guess Roku.
Because and I'm assuming Amazon's probably Roku's biggest sales channel.
yeah,
So if Amazon's going to be putting their own thing Kindle
At the
style
top of the
up
search.
on the front of their Amazon
Yeah.
page, this could be
I mean,
hurting for Roku.
could be a little tough.
it could hurt them a little. I think that Roku kind of established themselves, at least with the kind of the hobbyists of the first streaming set-top box, is that, like, for me, I think about this, I really like what Amazon's doing, but again, unless it's free, I'm just saying, unless it's free with my Prime, would I actually go out and buy
of your
it?
way to buy it.
And I'd probably say no right now. But, like you said, who is the biggest threat, right now, or who's being the most threatened by this at the moment? Maybe Roku, but
Well, I've heard Roku say, and I think we even have an interview with Roku CEO on our front door CNET today, talk about how their future is just getting their software on your, like in your TV.
everywhere else,
Yeah.
as
You're
a platform.
You're buying your
they're,
TV
and
with
it's a
Roku
Roku
in it,
TV,
you
right?
know?
I saw a couple of those at CES this year.
Yeah.
They had a couple of actual televisions that were Roku televisions with like
so
high
maybe as
sense
their
and
hardware
TCL,
is disappearing, ephemeralizing, this is the replacement hardware.
I have great news for the guy who wrote that Apple TV review. They are playing Asphalt 8.
Airborne.
Fantastic. I mean, this guy, you know what? His whole life just got better.
Oh my goodness.
Average price of games, $1.85. I don't like that. I think we should pay more for games.
But how many Amazon coins is that?
Oh,
Right,
yeah. It's
right.
1,850 Amazon coins. I don't know. Like, I'm just guessing.
Well, this is kind of cool. Over 1,000 games are free to play. Hopefully, they're not tic-tac-toe and hangman.
Well, that means in-app purchase. That's everybody's favorite, isn't it?
Says
Free to play, in-app
Amazon
purchase.
Amazon will also be making games. They're going to be
Double
a game
Helix.
studio.
Yeah,
right?
they got Double Helix and go make some casual games.
As they gonna make some games.
Gonna make some games. Sev-Zero. What is this Sev-Zero business?
I don't know.
Let's get excited
looks-
about that. It looks exciting.
I don't know. It looks frightening.
It looks
like-
futuristic.
Like Tron with like more breathing
that looks
masks.
like an air. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like a respirator, some kind of respirator.
Is he looking down or is he looking straight
Oh, an
at you?
interspace first-person shooter. It's an
Amazon's-
interspace FPS.
Yeah, Amazon Game Studios is going to build games from the ground up for the Fire TV and Kindle tablets. One is Sev-Zero.
So a little more exclusivity. This is really, I think. But doesn't this kind of fly in the face of what they were just complaining about, the walled garden of Apple? Like, isn't this the same? Yeah, is this the same thing?
But it's for everyone.
Okay, now we have conflicting reports from on the ground. We have first-person shooter and third-person shooter.
Well, we're gonna
for
have to see the
Sub-Zero.
screenshots to
I need
verify
know,
this.
I need to know which one.
Maybe you can switch back and forth.
Maybe we can zoom out. We can zoom out.
This is like the
That's
most
a
important part of the
third-person shooter.
keynote.
Third-person shooter.
Will this be humanity's
no
last
FPS.
hour?
Why does
Could-
it
it
say
looks like
level
it.
1 $43?
That freaks me out.
What are
a
you-
little
what are
bit.
you talking
That's
about?
Weird. Look
See
at that
this image?
screenshot. It says level 1, $43. Fires long range rockets that explode on impact.
I can
Purchase.
confirm. I can confirm to you that is a third-person
Hit
shooter.
a purchase. Maybe you loot dollars from people. Maybe it's like Grand Theft Auto in space.
I don't
It's
know.
not Titanfall. Dave Carnoy's like, it's not
Titanfall's
Titanfall, folks. Just to be clear,
That game is sick.
so little could. Everybody needs to prepare for Titanfall. Everybody.
Did you see that April Fool's Titanfall DLC?
Optimus Prime.
Because when I was first watching it, I'm like,
It's
that
great.
looks so crappy.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, it's. I
It looked
realized.
awesome. It was
Well,
hilarious.
The still image was like, what? Optimus Prime? I'm like, this is dumb. And then I saw the video. I'm like, this is dumb. I'm like, that's right. It's April Fool's.
It's April Fool's.
Got to remind myself of that.
See, my birthday, you have to know what this feels like. Your birthday's the day after April Fool's, mine's the day before. So I'm sure you've experienced many an April Fool's joke for your birthday. Like I just avoid the internet on April Fool's. I just stop
stay
using
away.
the internet.
I stay away. These Amazon-developed games are giving inklings of how Amazon wants to use the Fire TV as a platform to sell through content. The same strategy that Kindle went for. Again, right?
Mhm.
It's gotta sell that stuff. But okay, I don't. We'll have to. I'm gonna just reserve my judgment to see what these games are actually like. This is the first run,
Yeah.
but it's gonna take time for them to ramp up to really deliver something
Well,
that's.
Double Helix is a really good
Oh,
game
yeah.
studio, and I think that's a fully. I mean, it's not going to take them time to ramp up as a game studio, but it'll be really interesting to see how long it takes them to really have that sort of. I always call it a console buyer, but I guess for this it would be a set-top box buyer where people go, I really want to play that game.
Oh yeah.
I mean, this seems like sort of an added bonus as opposed to a reason to buy this Fire TV.
It does already seem, just from the look of it, that if you're going to buy an Android console compared to like an Ouya, that this would be has like more exciting
to
games.
offer.
It's not more
Right.
mainstream game content. I guess the Ouya is more about indie game developers, but
Right. Yeah, there's a lot more large company, EA, Disney. I mean, this is huge companies.
I mean, that was also, if you bring a parallel to the Ouya, is that there was no game out of the gates that made me even want to keep that console.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Towerfall is really good. But,
Yeah, I mean, I played it, but then I was like, okay,
but now I can get it on my PlayStation 4.
So we'll see it. And like you said, the walled garden of Amazon games is not the walled garden of a video
Apple
app.
TV, yeah, it's definitely not.
except when we don't want it to be. Yeah.
With Fire TV, Frazini says you get a huge selection of fun and immersive games at low prices.
Low prices.
Also,
$185.
if they can't match the low price on your mattress is free.
Oh,
Free.
sleep train. We'll take it to a better night's sleep.
Guys, can you tell this is going to be a really long live? This is going to be a really long broadcast.
Thanks for the train
We're
horn.
Oh, you're
really
welcome.
sorry.
No, I'm just hoping to get a free bet out of that plug. That's all.
Sleep train, you watching? You watching Sleep Train? Call me.
Get
Call
on the
us.
sleep train, everyone.
Brainwashing works.
Apparently, some people got a preview of Fire TV, and we're getting some customer testimonials coming through.
I also love this, guys. We have people on the phone lines that are just waiting to kind of talk to us after the keynote here is done. We will try and at least take a couple calls, and depending on where Microsoft's build conference or announcements are at, just to kind of transition into that. But thank you guys for calling. We will
Yeah.
we'll get you guys, but that's cool.
Yeah, thank
They
you
wanna
for
talk
calling
about
in.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about. Makes
Just
sense.
give me something to talk about. Choo-choo. Choo-choo.
Oh man, those donuts did have crack in them.
Yeah, definitely.
Whatever.
These, are,
I could say and sing whatever I want. It's my birthday today.
these
Yeah, it's
donuts
true.
came from Walter White.
So prices. What do you think the price is going to be?
Free with Prime.
No, for real though.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was free with Prime, because the controller, we said the controller, if it came with the controller, we're like, maybe $50. We were just kind of throwing that out there.
Yeah. But
At
now the
most
controller
expensive?
is a separate accessory.
I think they'll beat the Chromecast price and say $29.99 if they put a
I
price
think
Or
I'm
20
going to call
bucks.
it this way. I'm going to say when it comes a time for the holidays, they might say for new Prime memberships, you're going to be spending that $129. We might throw this in,
on it.
but I don't think it's going to be free for existing Prime users.
Well, We will. It remains to be seen.
That's how I'm.
Well, no, I'm saying at the $99 renewal price. If you still have Prime right now,
or 99.
Here we go with
So
the
when
all
you
of the above
renew-
answer.
Yeah.
no, but when you renew this year, like if you renew at any point after this
Announcement.
keynote, then you get it for free. That's what I think. So I'll have to wait till November.
Or if you renew in 2014.
Here comes the price. All right.
All right.
That's we'll see.
I'm going $50 for real.
50?
I'm going 29. I'm going 29.
I'm gonna go with BT. 29. I'm gonna say they're gonna beat the
I thought you said it was
Chromecast.
going to be free.
Well, I'm hoping.
Oh, you're
I'm
hoping. That's your
hoping
hope. Your hope.
it's,
So are we going all the above?
Yeah, D. All of the above. Yes, that
right.
is the price. Yes,
Non-premium products, non-premium prices.
that is
the
not
Amazon
a very
promise.
good slogan. Yeah, that's not a really good. That seems like a terrible idea. It's premium products at non-premium prices.
It just doesn't make sense.
That's very strange.
But I mean, they've squeezed every penny of value out of that Kindle.
Oh,
and the
yeah.
Kindle Fire line. Honestly, I mean that's killer.
Wasn't there some research done by Amazon or some press release or something? I remember this where they were saying like if you have a Kindle Fire, you tend to, or even just a Prime membership, you tend to spend like 3,000% more on Amazon or something.
Right.
It's like some insane number but I mean I think this is really the point is that you get that Kindle Fire tablet or
Right.
you have Prime membership and you're more prone to order things to
Just
get that
whisper
free
into the
two-day-
microphone.
free 2-day
The
shipping.
drone will bring it to you tomorrow.
Exactly. All right, so he's selling us on whatever the price is going to be.
Here,
all the
let's
content.
let's do the setup.
Remember,
do the
all
setup.
the stuff.
Set it up, BT.
You've got all the content, not a closed ecosystem. Voice search that actually works. State of the art performance, great extras. $99.
Apple TV price.
Yeah, that's a premium price to me.
It's
That
an
is-
incredible price. Yeah, that's
That is for
not a
streaming
non-premium
boxes.
Non-premium
price.
price.
For streaming boxes, that's a premium price.
For a hockey puck shipping today.
That price point's a little bit of a bummer.
That's
is.
that's as
That's
expensive as a Prime membership
All right,
for a year.
let's take that screen cap again. Premium products, premium prices.
yeah. Can
Someone
we just
scratch
get
out
rid of
that non. Oh,
Yeah.
here the non is kind of glowed out by. So yeah,
Yeah.
it does say
Yeah.
premium products for premium prices.
They're trying to subliminally get us used to premium prices.
Yeah, and John's reminding us too. If you want that controller too, that's going to be $140 altogether.
Yeah,
right?
$140 plus. If you want the kid thing subscription, you're going to pay an extra $36 a year for that. Plus, if you want Prime, that's another $99.
This is kind of
Just add it
ironic
all
that they're
up.
showing there's a still shot of Pharrell with Happy and because it's saying I might seem crazy what I'm about to say.
But $99.
$99. That's
Yeah,
crazy,
but it's
dog.
gonna be $99.
That's crazy.
Wow, I'm surprised. I'm shocked. Even. Well, it's man.
I
I
didn't
don't know about that $99.
I still
price
think
point.
that this is not the season they're supposed to be selling this thing. This is like them working them up, getting it out to market, and then
Yeah.
at the holidays you're going to see it.
I
Big
agree.
price slash the same way
Some
you would with
price
their
slash, yeah.
tablets or their,
I just don't
Kindles.
think you're gonna be with what's out there. You're gonna be able to get it out on the market for $99.
Bonnie, you can buy it whenever you want, but I think
Today.
It's not on their website.
It just not on the website yet, guys. Our executive producer Bonnie is like freaking out right now. She is freaking out. There doesn't seem to be any special deal for Prime members, according to David Carnoy, and they're showing an ad for the Fire TV, and that is a wrap. They say.
Yeah, that's sad. Well, and okay, so for $139, you can get a Fire TV and a controller, or you can buy a 7-inch Fire HD.
yeah, I feel like we're also going to see anything from Apple, between now and the holidays. Like I think that's what they're hedging their bet on. Like let's drop this thing once we know what Apple has for a new version of the Apple TV, possibly. And we can try to.
That's how I feel right now. That's how I feel.
Very freaking
Nick,
Busey.
Nick, you captured the moment for me, Nick. You did it.
Somebody,
But,
okay, so
sorry about that.
we got a response on our CNET Live hashtag. I'd rather buy a Roku 3. Also, sticking with Chromecast, I guess.
Yeah,
I think that
let
might
us
be
know,
the response
guys.
of a lot of people who already have these things.
Right.
That's the biggest
thing.
problem.
That's the thing. I think the product is actually pretty sweet, but what's gonna compel someone to do it? I don't know. Well, you know what? Do you guys want to hit the phone lines real quick and just
I
see?
think we should.
Let's hit them up. We're gonna get to Microsoft right after these two calls, but you guys stick with us. Vinny from the NYC, what's up, man?
Hey, Brian Tong.
Yo, Vinny, thanks for calling CNET Live.
Thank you. Major fan. Watch all your shows love the CNET shows.
All the shows, baby. All them
Everything.
shows. Everything.
Donald and Ashley, yes, definitely
Awesome.
watch the shows.
Thanks so
Big
much.
fan.
Vinny, so, and Stephen Beacham, actually. He's actually the prettiest face here, right, Stephen?
Of course.
He's like,
Yeah.
So, Vinny, what did you think of the announcements and, with the Amazon box? Were you looking to get a streaming box? Where are you at with all this?
I'm a big a home theater buff. I build my own computers, and I have Roku boxes. I have the Roku 2 and Roku 3.
Mm-hmm.
My kids love them. I got 5-year-old triplets, so they can use the remote, real easy interface. But I was hoping for a real cord cutter solution. Most people who buy set-top boxes are either looking to cut the cord or supplement what they get from the cable provider. The one thing I was hoping they were going to do is integrate, like they did with Time Warner Cable with the Roku box, where you can actually use your set-top box as your cable box, so you don't have to pay that monthly cable fee for the box. I have 3 boxes in my house. I was hoping this would have been a good alternative to have maybe one of these boxes and have the extra content plus maybe a better interface for the antiquated kind of cable system the way it is now, because not everybody's capable or wants to build their own home theater PC with a TV tuner card, and it's usually a lot of maintenance and work. People don't want to do that, nor they just want to sit down, pull up a remote, sit down and watch TV.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know if they did enough for you. You have a Roku 2, you have a Roku 3. Did they do enough for you to want to do this? It sounds like they didn't.
No. The other thing they had all that kids content. Now I have 5-year-olds, so that's the one thing that all of them are missing is Apple TV does have it. Is some parental control. Be able to lock down the device, because my kids can use the Roku. They look at the Netflix Kids, but there's nothing to stop them unless I'm supervising them 100% of the time from getting in and watching something they shouldn't be watching.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing. They brought all this kid content, but they should have also made some type of parental lockdown, or maybe, if you have one in the kids' playroom, or in a different area in the house, that you'd be able to keep secure that so they're not getting into trouble.
Well, I think the kid mode had didn't it have a lock so that you kids couldn't exit out of it?
Oh, they
and
couldn't.
Then,
okay.
Yeah, and then you can choose what channels or what content they have access to, and then set timers as well. So
Right.
I think that is a little bit better than its competitors, but generally speaking, I think you're right in that it's. As a parent, I'm sure that you want, a way to sort of, let your kids watch a little TV and, without having to really kind of hover over them.
Yeah.
Right. In essence, the box, it's nice. It's a Kindle Fire HDX basically inside a box.
For TV,
they already had the platform, the hardware. It's got the same, I didn't get all the, you didn't have all the detailed specs, but it's a quad-core processor, 2 gigs of RAM. It's running an Android version of Android. They basically already did all the groundwork, so they basically dropped it into a box.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
It
like,
was,
why
they
couldn't they
didn't
drop
talk
it
about
into a box
ports or
last year?
anything.
Like, if they already had all this together for the Kindle Fire product, why wait this long to debut this? Unless it was just like content deals.
Yeah,
I think it
feels
was
very
more
late.
content deals.
Getting the apps in place more than anything.
Mhm.
just to come and launch with something instead of like, oh, we have 3 or 4 apps.
Right.
Yeah, that's
So-
true. I think at this point, if you are going to launch something like this, because there are so many competitors, you really have to come out of the gate swinging with a lot of licenses, a lot of partnerships, and at least Amazon did that. So, I am a little bummed about HBO Go not being in there. It just seems like a kind of a need for a lot of people who are cord cutters, people who want to cut the cable cord. But generally speaking, I at the end of the day, I think you really, they at least have those licenses and those deals in place to make it compelling for people who love Amazon.
Yeah, and thanks for calling, Vinny. We really appreciate it. All right,
Thanks.
man? Yeah, I think he does bring up another good point. Even with a cable cutter, right, HBO Go, you still have to have a cable subscription.
Yeah.
So you won't be able to completely cut it in. He's looking for basically what has been rumored forever. Will Apple make some sort of deal, right? Because they're
Set-top box.
with a cable carrier to be able to experience some sort of on-demand live cable cord cutting experience. And we know how difficult that is. We don't know if they're going to do it. They tried with Time Warner. They're reportedly trying with Comcast. We don't know if anyone's going to be able to do it, or if those content carriers, who's who's willing to cut that deal? Who is going to cut that deal with
And that's a
someone?
tough sell to a cable company. That is a tough sell because that's easy money to rent out a set-top box.
Well, when you're a legal monopoly, there's like, not
I mean,
a lot of, reason for you to do what anybody tells you to do. Yeah. I don't care how nicely you ask.
Yeah. So, no. It's so easy for them to say no because they have all the control. So I got to give a shout out real quick to Winston Airwolf on Twitter who says, Fire TV looks great. $99 and it does more than the other devices. Ashley Esqueda at CNET is a hashtag negative Nancy. Free LOL. So he's apparently it's up on the site already. So Winston Airwolf, you can go and order one right now.
All right, guys. So what we're gonna do is pretty much wrap this up. Just a quick thing around the circle, including Mr. Beecham.
Yeah.
Would you buy an Amazon Fire Tube right now? Yes or no?
No.
Right now, no. I think for the holidays, it'll be a more exciting proposition.
Yeah, price cut. Black Friday.
I'm not feeling it. All right, Bonnie, our EP,
Bonnie's
is ordering
one.
one right now because she's an Amazon lady. If you're in the ecosystem, it's nice.
So it was the Minecraft screen that sold you on. It wasn't a Bonnie.
I'm getting a whole bunch of responses of people like it's literally half and half on Twitter for me. Yes and no. People are excited. People hate it.
All right, guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much for hanging with us with our Amazon coverage. We'll take a little break. We'll come back. Microsoft's Build Conference is going on right now. We're just going to set it up real quickly to give you an idea of what to expect. Then we will go to that live stream. So stick with us. Be back in a minute. We'll see you soon. Sorry, guys, that music really just captures me. You guys, welcome back to CNET Live. In the house, Donna Bell, Miss Ashley Esqueda, Stephen Beach, and myself. We are just going to launch you right into Microsoft's Build Convention conference announcements. Up to this point, they've talked about Windows Phone 8.1, and they're revealing Cortana. If you recognize the name, that she's the famed Halo character, Master Chief's kind of emotional connection, tie, assistant, all of that. They're talking about Cortana, and also they're showing off how she's really like your new personal assistant, right?
Yeah, new personal assistant. They actually, I guess, interviewed a bunch of real-life personal assistants to help develop Cortana, which is interesting. Apparently, it's had a couple glitches during the demo, but it is launching in beta, just like Siri did, so that is to be expected, of course.
Yep, so you guys, we're just going to let you jump right into it. Again, we will be back at the end of this. It's expected that recently announced CEO Satya Nadella will speak sometime around 10:30 a.m., 11 a.m. Pacific time, so we'll wait to hear his words as well. But here we go, Microsoft's Build conference announcements.
And a bunch of work we've done to light up an audience that we love, and which I know a lot of you will love, and that is businesses. So to help go through all the ways that Windows Phone 8.1 is now killer for businesses, I'm going to invite Nick Hederman on stage. So Nick, come on out. Nick first started working. Nick's a great expert to have do this because he first started working with enterprise customers back in Windows Mobile 5. And I'm going to let him take you through a bunch of the work we've done for business, and then I'll be back.
Well, thank you very much, Joe, and good morning, everybody. With the best productivity tools built right in, like Office, and a platform that's built on the secure NT kernel, Windows Phone has always been the right choice for business. But now with Windows Phone 8.1, we're taking it to another level. We're respecting existing IT investments, and we're working with a number of partners to support this new release. In fact, you can see just a few of them here on the slides on the screen. What's also great about Windows Phone is consumers can choose a device that suits their price point, the design, the screen size, and the color. And two very important things about once they've chosen a phone. First of all, they all come with that beautiful, consistent experience that Joe's been showing you so far. And secondly, they can be secured and managed in exactly the same way. Now, I'm going to show you some of these new capabilities here on this phone I've got plugged in. Now, we're trying to recruit Joe for a new role at Microsoft. It's a top secret role, and it's a thing that's very, very close to his heart, and that's Keynote t-shirt design. You'll notice he had a pretty cool one on there, and he typically always wears a great one when he comes out to talk to you guys. Now, this is Joe's phone. It's a beautiful Nokia Lumia icon. He bought it from a retail store, and in fact, he started using it for a few days before I took it off him. And then I asked for his username and password. We enrolled this device into his new role that we're trying to recruit him for. And I want to show you some of the changes that have happened. Once we enrolled that device, it pushed down all of the corporate information, his email, applications, policies, settings, and many, many more things. Now, the first thing I want to show you is the fact we now support Enterprise VPN in Windows Phone 8.1. So I'm just loading up here an internal site that we're connected to. Here it is. And I'm just going to go into Commute. This is actually a real Microsoft website. And you can see there, this is on Joe's phone. We're behind the firewall. We're browsing the web. And if I just swipe down from the top here, you'll notice that I've actually pinned VPN to my quick action settings there, and you can see the little padlock is flashing away as it's going out there. It's going into the to connect up to VPN, and in a second, what you'll see here is that it's going to be connected. So that's just one of the first things that we've done in Windows Phone 8.1. The second is we now support S-MIME. So that allows users to read encrypted emails on their device, and they can also encrypt and sign emails when they send them from their phone. So I'm just going to go there we go, it's VPN's connected there, just so you can see it. I'm just going to go into Joe's email here, and what you'll notice, here's a mail from Justin, and because of that little certificate symbol showing up at the top there, you can see it's a signed message. Now, what's also great about Windows Phone is that when Joe or any user goes to send a new message from their phone, they can decide whether they want to encrypt or sign that message. So, for example, if Joe was just sending an email to his wife or his family or his friends, he could just send it in the normal way. Or if he was sending something very confidential internally, he could choose to use S-MIME. So it gives the user choice. Now I want to move on and talk about some of the MDM capabilities that we're bringing in this release. The first thing I want to do is show you a t-shirt design here from our head designer. This is a new designer that Joe's going to be working with in this role if we get him to do it. Here's a beautiful new Cortana design. Looks pretty cool. Now, if Joe went to try and save that email to his device, I'm sorry, Joe, we don't trust you with that information. You can see there the save option is completely grayed out. That's because the MDM policy is telling him that he can't have local copies here on his phone. Now, I also know that Joe loves to play Wordament. I saw him playing it just last night. And in fact, he had Wordament installed on this device before we enrolled it. But what you'll notice now is, unfortunately, we've put it on the deny list. So now that application can't be used on that device. We want him concentrating just on work and not having fun. So sorry, Joe, that app's been disabled. So let's go get Joe back out on stage and see what he thinks about all of these new capabilities, and specifically this new role we're trying to recruit him for. What do you think, Joe?
I love the phone, but no Wordament?
No Wordament.
Wordament? You folks play Wordament? I'm still going for the elusive 16-letter word achievement. I don't think I could do this. I love the t-shirt. I can't do this without Wordament. Can you put it back the way it was?
And you don't want to do the role?
I'll work on t-shirt design without officially doing the role.
So the good news is that we can return this phone to its original state. We could do that remotely from the IT management console, but in this case, I'm just going to go into settings and do it manually here on the phone. So I'm going to go into Workplace. This is where we originally enrolled the device. You can see the relationship we have here. I'm going to delete that relationship. And then when I go back to my start screen, what you'll see is all those corporate applications are now being removed. The email, the corporate apps, that connection to VPN, and all the documents that were previously saved in the Office Hub. So that's now a device that's back. And good news, if we load Wordament, it's ready to go.
All right.
So in summary, we've added a host of new capabilities. I showed you just a few there, and we've got many, many more. Our partner ecosystem is expanding, and we showed you just some of those new partners a second ago. And that beautiful, consistent Windows Phone experience comes to life across an entire portfolio of devices. That's why we believe Windows Phone is the right choice for business. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks very much. All right. So the next set of things I want to talk about is a range of new features we've added to Windows Phone 8.1 just to delight users across the broad experience. And I don't have time to show you all of these, but I'm going to give you a quick sampling of features we put in just to make you smile. And I'm going to start with one that we think will make all of you smile, which is enhancements we've made to the store experience in Windows Phone 8.1. We want end users to be happier finding apps, and we want all of you to be way happier downloading more and more apps and getting more app engagement. So the first thing you see when I open the store, it's all about apps. And in fact, it lands on a new page that's about featured apps, which we can program its visual appearance from the service. We can change these groups. We can change the size of the tiles. So if there's a big launch, boom, an app gets a huge tile, and the user will be massively invited to engage with it. When I pan left, we've learned in our telemetry that promoting personalized suggestions works great for getting users to download apps. So we put the For You area just off to the left of the featured area. And of course, we have our categories, which are now the same as on Windows 8. And then a number of quick links, because we found these are the sorts of things, the lists, that users like to go down and load up their phones with. Things like new and rising apps when they're looking for something fun to get, top paid apps, top paid games, and so on. So we're excited that this store experience will get more engagement for you and get more users running apps. Now, the next new delighter I want to talk about is, again, an app that has great benefit for end users, but is relevant to all of you as an audience, and that is our new calendar. So I'm going to open up the calendar here, and you'll see here's the calendar view. It looks a lot like what you're used to in Windows Phone 8. You might notice up at the upper right there, I've now got the weather. But one thing that we changed in response to user feedback was enabling people to just swipe to the right to get to the next day, so I can go from today to tomorrow and so on. Very simple and straightforward. Another thing that users asked for was some other views. And in fact, people with fewer appointments on their calendar than I have really tend to like a week view, because it gives you an at-a-glance way to see any particular day and how busy it is. So if I touch on a particular day, then I have a way to jump in here and do that. You get the idea. Now, the feature for you developers is that this new version of Calendar we have re-implemented using the public third-party developer API only. And that means that we've been testing out the new platform, improving performance and list scrolling, making it really smooth. And so this nicely tuned experience that you see is one that's helped us get the platform ready. So when you update your apps, they have amazing performance as well. So that's the Calendar. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is a few places that we've done a lot of work to improve the basic performance of Windows Phone. And you're familiar, right here on my start screen, I pinned 3 of these, with Storage Sense, Data Sense, and Battery Saver. And all of these have been enhanced. But what I want to show you is a new Sense application that we've added to the phone called Wi-Fi Sense. So to do that, I'm going to go into System, the settings here, and choose Wi-Fi. And you'll see there's a huge, massive number of Wi-Fi networks that are set up here for the Build conference. I'll scroll past all of those. And I'm going to open Wi-Fi Sense. What Wi-Fi Sense is about is helping users take great advantage of Wi-Fi networks. So there's a service that we run that learns about the good Wi-Fi networks, and it will suggest great ones in your area. And up here at the top, you'll see it's got this Connect to Wi-Fi hotspots area that I've enabled. And what that does is asks Wi-Fi Sense to automatically connect me to free Wi-Fi hotspots when I'm in range. And you can see here, Wi-Fi Sense, if I give it permission, will automatically accept the terms of use on these websites in a portal page that you get. And I can even provide a name, email, address, and so on. So portals that require me to put in information get the information I provide and automatically sign me into Wi-Fi without me needing to do anything. Now, with Wi-Fi Sense, we didn't stop at free public networks. There's a whole nother scenario where getting people connected to Wi-Fi can be improved. Think about this. You have your own home Wi-Fi network. You have prudently protected it with a password. But whenever your friends come over, they want to get on your Wi-Fi network and they say, "What's your Wi-Fi password?" And then you tell them the password, and then they know your password, and then they sign in, and then they could get to anything on your network, actually. Well, we made Wi-Fi Sense take advantage of Windows Phone's personal nature, the fact that we understand your Facebook friends, your Outlook contacts, and so on, to give you a way at your choice to securely share your own Wi-Fi passwords with your friends in a way that's automatic. So if I turn this on, when my friends come over to my house, the Wi-Fi Sense service gives them a secure way to sign into my Wi-Fi hotspot without giving access to all the resources on my network, only to the internet connection, and now I don't have to verbally tell them the password. This helps everyone take advantage of Wi-Fi networks wherever they are and makes Wi-Fi way more automatic. So that's Wi-Fi Sense. Thank you. Each of these other experiences, Storage Sense, Battery Saver, Data Sense, they've all improved in a bunch of ways, which we'll explain in the blog. Okay. So let's see here. My sister is calling. Let me just take this. The timing's not great, but not terrible. Okay, hang on. I'm in front of a bunch of people. Just bear with me. You see here, the first thing that you notice when my sister calls is there's Cortana reminding me to ask her about her new puppy. Great. So I'm not going to get in trouble. And thank you. And there's a second thing that I want to point out here that's new in Windows Phone 8.1. We wanted to make it really easy and natural for people to take one form of communication, like a phone call, and go to a different form of communication, like, let's say, a video call. So you notice right there in the middle of the screen is a Skype button. The new version of Skype is not only enhanced to work with Cortana, but also gives me a way to elevate from an ordinary phone call to a video phone call just by pushing that button. And we do this in a smart way, keeping the phone call connected as long as possible while getting Skype up and running to get you to your video call. And that mechanism works not just for Skype, but also for the RCS apps that mobile operators are writing and deploying around the world. So there's an easy and natural way to take a phone call and go to a video call. Your new puppy is beautiful. I gotta go. Okay, so that gives you a quick look at Skype. and phone calling and how we've enhanced that. And I have one last delighter feature that I want to take you through. And trust me, go read the blog. There's a bunch more of these things. Play with the build. You'll find more. And this is actually probably, and I hate to choose favorites, but this is really my other favorite feature in Windows Phone 8.1. And once you get used to it and you go back to an older version, you just can't believe that you lived without this. And that is the enhancements that we've made to the WordFlow keyboard. The WordFlow keyboard is already a terrific keyboard on Windows Phone 8. It learns the things that you type, and it knows about the people you care about. And in Windows Phone 8.1, it's way better. In fact, the thing that really has made it magical is our addition of shape writing, which is now built in for free. And now I'm going to do the riskiest part of my demo. You thought talking to Cortana was risky. This is terrible. I have sweaty hands, and now I'm going to type as fast as I can. You ready? Being on stage at Build is simultaneously. Actually, let's fix this. It's not IV. Not IV, but, oh, come on. On. Being on stage at Build is simultaneously, okay, that worked, delightful and horrifying. Of course, and I need all caps for this, I love, with a heart, developers. But hordes of occasionally cynical techies can be intimidating. Whew. There's the WordFlow keyboard in action. And now I can wipe off my sweaty hands because that part of the demo is over. Now, so you saw me do this here, and trust me, actually, when I'm feeling natural about it, I can do it even faster. My thumb's like pressing into the glass here. And so I don't want you to just take my word for it. In fact, as a proof point, I have a video I want to run because we thought our keyboard was so good that we should go for the Guinness Book of World Records. So let's run the video and see Windows Phone 8.1 trying to beat out the Samsung Galaxy S4 previous record holder, going for the world's fastest typing on a smartphone. Now, that guy is not nervous on stage. There is an official sentence that you have to type. The Guinness Book of World Records People has an official one, so we had to type that one. You can see this. This was actually with a beta, not final version here. And there, that complex sentence was typed in 17 seconds. And you'll see in a second, they're going to zoom in here. And yeah, come on, let us see. Oh, I think first they zoom out. Trust me, Windows Phone WordFlow keyboard is now the world record holder for fastest typing on a smartphone. And this is something you all should try yourself. All right. So the last thing I want to cover on Windows Phone 8.1 is how Windows Phone 8.1 works with Windows in a lot of amazing ways. And of course, you know that we've been doing that for a while. Today on Windows Phone, if you take a picture with your camera, we auto-upload the photo to OneDrive. And then if you switch to your PC or tablet, it's instantly available for you to browse. On your PC or tablet, if you create a presentation in PowerPoint and save to OneDrive, it'll immediately be available on your phone where you can view and edit it. So we already do lots of these things, but in Windows Phone 8.1, we did a bunch more. And in particular, we focused on settings. So, for example, if you've connected to a Wi-Fi hotspot on your PC and typed in a Wi-Fi password, well, now with Wi-Fi Sense, that password is immediately and automatically shared to your phone. You don't need to type it in again. And there are a whole lot of these kinds of settings, like your theme color and so on. And one of the experiences that's benefited from that, that's also connected between Windows and Windows Phone, is IE11, which is now part of Windows Phone 8.1. And that also adds a bunch of great new features, like in-private browsing now on the phone. And there's a terrific new reading mode that you need to try out that makes it super easy to read sites when they're complex or have small fonts. It's a terrific new browsing experience as well. So that's Windows Phone 8.1. And from our point of view, we're taking the world's most personal smartphone experience and making it way better with more customization options, with Cortana, the only personal digital assistant on a smartphone, a lot of enterprise features, and many, many delighters, including ways that Windows Phone connects with your Windows PC. Now, I know a lot of you are going to be wondering, when will people get this? Well, Windows Phone 8.1 is going to start rolling out to consumers as an update in the next few months. We're finishing up our software, and then we work with the hardware vendors to match it with the software that they ship. Then mobile operators get a look at that, and then we roll that out on each phone model as it's ready. So look for that in a few months. You'll also see Windows Phone 8.1 available on brand new phones starting as soon as very late April or early May, and you'll hear a little bit more about that later. And for all of you developers, I'm not going to tell you now, you got to wait till David Treadwell's on stage and you'll hear what we have for you. So now I'm going to change gears and talk to you about Windows 8.1. This is the second operating system update we have to talk about today. And at Mobile World Congress, I explained that Windows 8.1 is enhanced to work great on lower cost devices with just 1 gig of memory and 16 gig of storage. We've also improved its enterprise support, in particular through a new enterprise mode feature in IE 11, which I'm going to show you. And we focused on making it smoother and easier to use for people with mouse and keyboard focus. And whether you have a touchscreen or not, if you're heavily using a mouse and keyboard, we wanted to make Windows 8.1 easier to learn and easier to use. So today, I'm going to show you the Windows 8.1 update for the first time. So let's come over here and switch to the PC. I don't know if you folks have that on there. You'll notice I'm on my desktop because I'm on a PC here, which although it does have a touchscreen, I'm going to focus on my usage with mouse and keyboard. So I'm on the desktop, and one of the new things we've done is enable the PC to boot or resume straight to the desktop. And what I'm going to do here is run IE. So I've run IE, I've opened Bing. Oh, you notice on Bing here, down at the bottom, there are a few things that look pretty familiar as the interests I've told Cortana about, because in fact, Cortana on the phone and Bing in the cloud share a knowledge of my interests because I'm signed in right there, so that makes Bing a little bit more handy. And what I'm actually going to do, instead of focusing on this, that was a little non sequitur, I want to show you how IE 11 has been updated to help enterprises deal with legacy sites on their corporate intranet. So I'm going to go here to this Contoso corporate travel site. This is a site that the Contoso company has put on their corporate intranet years ago when they targeted IE 8. IE 8, a very popular browser, and you see the site's kind of confused. It thinks I'm using an older version of IE. It's asking me to update to IE 8. Oh no, that's not what I want. And so what we've done with an enterprise mode in IE 11, which I'm going to switch to right here so you can see the difference, is change the user agent string, change the way ActiveX controls are invoked, re-enable some features that we have previously degraded and disabled, so these legacy sites will work great. So you see when I switch to enterprise mode, voila, Contoso Travel now works. And the way I showed that to you in this manual way is not the way we expect IT managers to really handle this. IT managers are able to set a list of sites on their corporate networks that should automatically go into enterprise mode, and therefore end users will get the right rendering approach for the old sites and the most modern rendering approach for sites out on the internet in a totally seamless way. And this is great because it makes it much more plausible for enterprises to be deploying this on their new PCs because they get to keep their site compatibility. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is a bunch of UI improvements we've made to the mouse and keyboard experience of Windows. And I mentioned already that I can boot straight to the desktop or resume to the desktop, but now I want to talk about one of the most used areas of computing real estate in the universe, and that is the Windows taskbar. If you are a Windows user that's been a Windows user for a long time, you probably have a deep and intimate relationship with the taskbar. It's the way you think about switching between apps or launching apps, and we've enhanced it significantly in this update to work with new Windows Store apps. So you'll see down here, I have a few apps that are Win32 apps, and then over here I have a bunch of taskbar buttons for apps that are store apps. So here is the Facebook app, and you'll notice when I open it up, right up here at the top, we show the title bar because Windows users that have a mouse and keyboard are incredibly accustomed to coming up here to choose minimize, and that now works in a modern app. I'll switch back here to Facebook again, and you notice the taskbar was displayed on the bottom as well. So if I move down here to the bottom of the screen, the taskbar will pop up, and I can use that to switch between modern apps. There's Mail, there's Facebook, or I can switch back to a Win32 app like IE, the desktop is brought up. I no longer have to think about a different switching model for apps, whether they are Win32 desktop apps or modern. And I want you to keep in mind, thank you. I want you to keep in mind that the work that we've done to make touch great is unaffected by these changes. If I were holding a tablet in my hands, being able to swipe in from the left and do task switching is convenient and natural. And that's still present, but it's no longer required for my mouse and keyboard use. Now, similarly, if I'm using a tablet, when I swipe in from the right with my thumb, it's handy to have the start button and settings and search right there, but that was something that we wanted to fix for mouse and keyboard users as well. So let's take a look at the start screen. When I go to the start screen, you'll notice we've made a few changes here to make it easy for mouse and keyboard users to get to those functions. So right here, we've put a PC settings tile in because Windows 7 users expect to find settings or control panel on start. Up here, we've added a power button and a search button. So those functions, which previously hung off your right thumb, are now easy to find on start. The second thing we've tried to do is not just make it compatible so it's easy to learn, but get all of the new value, live tiles, and a customizable start screen to be more familiar for Windows mouse and keyboard users. So we implemented a right-click context menu that pops up in a familiar way, a way that all mouse users have grown to love, and it makes it easy for me to do things like resize a tile into its large or small size and so on. Even beyond that, there are power user commands that Windows users are familiar with, like holding down the control key and selecting a bunch of app tiles. And then when I do that, I can grab them all and drag them around together. I'll move these tiles all to here, and you can see that set of 3 all moved. Or I can choose a set and change them all to small tiles. So I have a powerful and quick way to interact with the start screen via the mouse. Okay. Now, the last thing I want to show is ways that we've improved Windows 8.1 via this update to help users find your apps. So I'm going to come back to the desktop, and I want to point out here, you might have noticed, and this is on all PCs that get the Windows 8.1 update, we are pre-pinning the Windows Store to the taskbar so that desktop mouse and keyboard users will find the store much more discoverable. It's right there. It's always available. And in fact, I also want to show you that this is a store update that will be coming a little later. We're improving the store UI to be really mouse and keyboard friendly. And instead of some of these functions being off screen, handy if you have a touch tablet, but not so discoverable on a PC with no touchscreen. Now it'll be much easier for people to discover these categories, find recommended apps, and so on and so on. So the store update as well is going to become mouse and keyboard friendly, and that's something we'd like you all to do with your apps. And we're going to be providing samples for you and doing right-click menus and the kinds of things that make your UI discoverable and on-screen for mouse and keyboard users. So that's the first change. The second change that we've done, besides making the store really visible, is when people are using their PC to do things like searches, we want your apps to be present. So here I am on the start, and I could click search, or I could just start typing. And if I start typing something like pinball, you'll see right here we recognize there are apps in the store that match. We serve them up to the user, so finding an app and installing an app is incredibly easy right there at the top of search. I could just click here to jump to the store and install that. And then the last thing is that we've seen some people get a little bit confused about where did the app go when I installed it. An installed app is no good if there's not user engagement after the fact. So you see down here, just as in Windows 7, we added a prompt to show you where new apps are installed, and you see here that new apps are highlighted in the all apps list. And of course, I can just right click on one and choose to pin it to my start screen, or now pin it to my taskbar. So whether I'm a desktop mouse and keyboard user or a tablet user focused on touch, I can find the apps I care about, I can make them accessible, and they work well in the modality that I care most about. So that is a quick look at the Windows 8.1 update. The Windows 8.1 update will be available to all Windows 8 and 8.1 users via Windows Update starting April 8th, next Tuesday. And for you developers, yeah, you have to wait till David Treadwell comes on stage to hear what we have for you as well. So, that is my look at Windows Phone 8.1, one big new operating system release from us, and the Windows 8.1 update, a second. That's 2 in 1. Thank you very much for listening. Have a terrific build conference, and especially thank you, Cortana. So long.
Thanks, Joe. I like your t-shirt. Next up, David Treadwell, Corporate Vice President, Operating Systems Group.
Hello, Bill. Good morning. Well, that was a great look at what we're doing in Windows and Windows Phone. Joe gave some awesome demos, really a super job. Well, I get to talk to you about what we're doing for you as developers in our operating systems, our platforms, our tools. First, let me take a moment to introduce myself. Dave Treadwell. I've worked at Microsoft for almost 25 years. During that whole time, I've always been involved in our developer technologies, our platform, our operating systems. I started in the Windows NT group, in the networking team. And I want to tell you a story that I've actually never told publicly before about one of my early projects. My manager at the time, a fellow named Dave Thompson, assigned me to write the Windows sockets infrastructure for NT. And when he gave me this assignment, he gave me one criteria. He said, Dave, whatever you do, don't create a driver. And the reason was totally legitimate. Drivers are complicated. They use more system resources. If you have a bug, they can crash the system. It's tough to get a driver right. So I went off and I worked to design this thing, and a couple weeks later, I'd kind of figured it out, but I'd concluded that, you guessed it, I actually needed a driver. And we had a design review meeting with myself and my boss Dave and several other senior engineers. And we went over my proposed design for this. And the reason I needed a driver was that I wanted socket handles to be native system handles. And the only way to achieve that at the time was with a driver. So we had this meeting, 2 hours long. We're trying to find some other way to get socket handles as native handles without a driver. But the conclusion of the meeting at the end of it was, yes, in fact, we really do need a driver. I'll never forget this. Dave, my boss, he pounded his fist on the table, and he said, gosh darn it, another freaking driver. Maybe not exactly those words, but that was the tone of it. And I looked at him and I said, well, that's cool. That's what I'm going to call it. Because it turns out that at that time in our build system, you couldn't have a DLL and a driver with the same name. We needed winsock.dll for the DLL, and I couldn't use that for the driver. So a couple days later, I checked in the beginnings of this new driver, and Dave came by my office, and he said, hey, what's this AFD thing you just checked in? And I told him, well, remember, that's the sockets driver. We talked about this. We need a driver for handles and all that. He said, oh, yeah, that's right, but why'd you call it AFD? I said, well, Dave, you named it. Remember, it's another freaking driver. And he kind of laughed, and he said, well, that's cute, but you actually need a real name for this thing. And so I thought about it, and I came back and said, Dave, I got it. Remember what the driver does. It provides additional functionality for what we need for sockets. So we're going to call it the ancillary function driver. And he said, he laughed too, and he said, that's good, you can go with that. So to this day, on every single version of Windows, there's a file called afd.sys that is the driver for the winsock functionality. It's there. Check it out in Windows, System32 drivers. Every Windows machine has that file, and now you know how it was named. So I'm going to talk to you today about 3 main areas where we're focused on listening to you as developers and helping you.
I want to thank you all so much.
First, we know that you need to reach your customers across multiple devices, PCs, phones, and tablets. Windows will help you do that. Second, we know that you've made huge investments in your apps and in your code, and you need to carry those investments forward. Windows will help you do that. And third, we know that you need to deliver apps and services across multiple platforms. Yes, Windows will help you do that too.
I'm done making my kids' childhood magical.
Let's start with how we're helping you reach your customers across different devices.
Welcome, Boomy. Hi.
People work and they play across all kinds of computing devices. In a given day, I'll use 2 or 3 different laptops. I have a desktop in my office at work. I'm on my phone all the time. I use a tablet for games at home. My family does the same thing. My wife, she has a laptop. My kids, they have tablets. My older son, he has a phone. All of us want the same app experiences across all of our devices. I'm sure it's the same with you and with your families. Yet today, there's no easy way to create apps that work across all form factors. Well, it's my pleasure to introduce Universal Windows Apps. With the Windows Phone 8.1 release, we've brought the new Windows runtime to phones. Now you can use common code to produce apps across phones, PCs, and tablets. Google and Apple, they have a different approach. They want you to create one app for phones and tablets and a different app for laptops and desktops. We don't see it that way. We're excited to be the first in the industry to make it easy to build apps that reach customers across all the devices where they spend their computing minutes. To enable Universal Windows apps, we've streamlined every phase of the development cycle. With Windows, it's simpler to design, to architect, to build, to debug, and to deploy your app. Let's talk about each of these in more detail, starting with the user interface. When we looked at how to streamline the process of designing your apps, we found that some of you want to create one app that runs across all form factors. You want to adapt that user interface automatically. For example, here's Paint for Kids, a popular Windows app that will be coming to Windows Phone with the 8.1 release as a universal Windows app. By using a grid view control that adopts automatically to screen sizes, by using pointer APIs that automatically take input from mouse, touch, ink, the developer is able to create an overall user interface and a single application that works great across form factors. Next, we found that others of you want to tailor your experience to the form factor. You want to have a really optimized app for a phone and a really optimized app for the PC. For example, here you see Epicurious, a popular cooking app on Windows that will be coming to phone also as a universal Windows app. This developer chose to create different views that are highly optimized for each form factor. Yet even so, the bulk of the code was the same across all the devices. Now let's talk about the code, the app architecture, the programming languages, the APIs, the stuff that matters most to you as developers. Universal Windows apps are based on the Windows runtime on phone, just like on PCs and tablets. This means that you have a common, familiar way to build and architect your apps. For example, how you handle things like suspend and resume, the security context and infrastructure. It's the same across all the devices. This also means that you can use the programming languages that you know well, the ones that you love, the ones most effective to your task for your Universal Windows apps. If you love the power and control of C and C++, you can use it. If you love the productivity that C#, .NET, VB.NET enable, you can use those too. Or if you want the breadth of HTML, JavaScript, and the web, yes, you can use those for Universal Windows apps. This also means you have a common... Yeah, go ahead. Use the language you love. This also means you have a common, extensive API set for everything from handling low-level data types to higher-level concepts like the file system APIs, notifications to users, and more. Of course, the best way to develop apps has always been Visual Studio. And now Visual Studio is streamlining development of Universal Windows apps. VS makes it easy to share code across phone and PC apps, and it gives you the tools to debug and optimize them. So I'd like to ask Kevin Gallo to come up and show you the vision we have for VS and Universal Windows apps. Kevin?
Thanks, Dave. So what I'm going to show you is an update to Visual Studio 2013 that allows you to build these universal apps. So let me launch Visual Studio here. And the first thing I want to show you that if you are starting from scratch and you want to see the templates, it's very easy. We have added a new node here under Store Apps for universal apps and some simple templates to get you going from scratch. But like you know, typically we're not starting from scratch with an app. I have an app either on Windows or on Windows Phone that I now want to take to the other platform and device form factor. So I'm going to start with a Windows app. You could have started from a Windows Phone app. And then I'm going to make sure I add a device target for the other. So I'm going to go to one that I've already been working on here, which is a Sports League Fantasy app. You can see here I have it for Windows 8.1. And so I'm going to launch this and kind of just show you what the app looks like on Windows. So as you can see here, I have it very simple. I have a hub control kind of as my main page here. And then my first little panel over here gives you some news. This would be like a table here, you know, where the people are and the points, as well as the teams and their rosters and a schedule. So let me go back to VS. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically add the ability to have a Windows Phone 8.1 target. So it's very simple. Let me stop the project there. I will just simply right-click on the project here, and I say, add a Windows Phone 8.1. And so it's going to tell me here in this dialog what it's going to do, but I'll just show you that. So it's going to create two nodes. One for the features that are very specific, or code that are assets that are specific to Windows Phone 8.1, as well as this new shared node. And this is really the significant addition here, is you can now very easily mark what code and assets you want shared. Since I've built this application using the Windows runtime, I can share my entire app. So I'm going to drag this down here and move it all into the shared node. So what's this doing? It's taking everything that was in my Windows 8.1 project. This includes my code, my localization files, my images, as well as my XAML, and moving it into the shared project, because now it's going to be shared. And I want to say this is all of my code, including all of my XAML. The next thing I'll do is, just like you, I have probably some third-party libraries that I've used here, and I've decided to use JSON.NET. So I need to tell it that I want to use that. By default, we don't assume you're going to share. We're going to make it so you select what you want shared and move into the shared node. And so here I'm going to say I also want to share this third-party library. And so this reference is also here now in my Windows Phone project. So as you can see, I've moved the entire app here. I have all my views. Again, by default, we don't actually assume that your start page will be the same. But since I use the hub control, and the hub control is a universal control, it can automatically lay out both for your phone and for your PC. So I don't need this. So I'm going to delete these and say that I want to just use the default hub control that I had. And so let's just rebuild it, make sure I didn't screw anything up here. Some typical warnings, and I'll just ignore those, like most of you probably do as well. And we'll kind of see if it runs, and then we'll go back and figure out if they mattered. So one of the things we've done here, yeah, we all know we do it. Just admit it, own up to it. So we made it very easy here to change the startup project. It's a little bit hard to do before. Now it's very easy. I just do this drop down. I say I want to use Windows Phone emulator here, and this will just launch my app. Let's see what it looks like. Again, this was a complete copy and share of all of my code. So as you can see here, the hub actually looks pretty good. I can pan around. Now, if I look at the first page here, the news view, it doesn't look that good. But the rest of it, really good. Looks really good. It's just a standard hub. This one kind of spins around here, like our default UX on phone. So it's a very, very nice app right out of the gate. But you know what? I care about the quality of my app, and I want to tune this better. So not only can you, by default, get a great experience with all of the same code, you can go tune the UX to be better on the device and add some device-specific features. So like I said here, these are my views. So I'm going to kind of choose 3 views that I'm going to tune specifically for the phone. The cover story, a leaderboard, and points here. So how do I do that? First thing I do here is I drag my user controls back up here. So I had shared it before and moved it down. I'm going to put it back and say, you know what, these 3 views are only going to be for my Windows Phone 8.1 project, my Windows project. And here I built a set of those views beforehand, and I'll just drop these into my Windows Phone specific node. So you can see here I have different user controls for these 3 views, but everything else is shared. So now let's see this running. So now you can see what I've done here is I've just simplified the main page, and I have a little icon down here that shows the news feed rather than having it there, and I've rearranged the layout. I also tune this a little bit here in my UX. You know, rather than having it as big, I said, let's take advantage of a little bit of the density of the phone in this portrait view. So then I also added one other view, and this is for my points table. And so I can very easily here add the extra view. Wow, it's not working very well. Wow. Dave, have you been messing with my code? Have you messed up my app? As usual, I have to go fix the bugs that Dave introduces. So I will go back, and luckily we've made some enhancements to our diagnostic center to help debug these types of issues. So let me go there and say, you know, as you can see, there's a few more items here. First is we've added a memory usage diagnostics tool, but I don't think that glitchiness really was due to memory. I think that probably is due to CPU, and maybe there's something wrong with my XAML. And so I can run these now in parallel. Beforehand, you'd have to run them separately, but now you can run them in parallel, and you can diagnose problems that maybe, you know, are mixed between the two, and there's some sort of interaction between your CPU and your XAML. But rather than run this here, which takes a little bit of time to run the diagnostics, I already have a log here that I'll open up and show you. So here we have our app start up, and then, oh wow, look, this looks like there's the problem right here. In my UI through utilization, the frame rate drops through the floor, my CPU pegs. So let's go look here and see what this might tell us. Well, wow, you know, really there's nothing in my XAML that's telling me is wrong, but wow, the CPU usage is high. So someone must have put something into the code here that just drove the CPU high that caused that kind of glitchiness. So what I could easily go do now is diagnose, figure out where the problem was, and go fix that. Now once I fix that, I can then take this app and I can submit it to the Windows Phone store. So I very easily was able to take that application and convert it to a universal app, do some tuning, and then submit it to the store. One of the features that we've added here to make it easier to kind of look at your UI and manage it is what we call a context switcher. So I'm going to load up the designer here by clicking on this XAML here that's in our shared project. As you can see, here's my XAML and there's the view for the phone. But I can very easily, using this drop-down, switch and look at it and what it looks like on Windows or a tablet form factor. That's a great feature, very easy to go do. And this is how you design universal controls by building the multiple layouts for each of the different types of layouts that you want. And I could have tuned this right here. So with that, I just want to summarize that we've added 2 key features here with Visual Studio. There's a whole host of them, but the 2 that I showed were 1, you can build universal apps and you can easily share all of your code, or you can do some tuning to make the UX pop on the different form factors, as well as a bunch of diagnostics tools to really help you make great apps and submit them to the store and have high quality. With that, I'll hand it back to Dave. Thanks.
Great job, Kevin, and sorry for messing up your code. So that was a great overview of how Visual Studio makes it just so easy to create universal Windows apps. The last area I want to talk about is how we've streamlined the store experience around universal Windows apps. The Windows Store now features shared app identities. This is a concept where you can give your customers a common app experience across phones and PCs. For example, your customers can buy the app one time, and it works on both phone and PC. They don't need to buy a different app for the phone and the PC. Likewise, your customers can now make durable in-app purchases. If you're rating a game, you can buy your sword on the phone, use it on the PC. With shared app identities, you also get to share cloud storage and a notification channel. And there's a universal badge icon, which makes it clear to customers that the application experience is the same across all the devices. Shared app identities let you run your business the way you want to. If you want a common app experience, the same purchase experience across phone and PC, you can do that. If for some reason you want a different purchase experience, you're also enabled to do that with shared app identities. And there's a host of other improvements that we've made in the ingestion and store process. For example, we've made submitting your apps to the phone store more than 50 times faster. We got a little feedback on we could do better there. So now I've told you about how we're enabling universal Windows apps and tuning the entire development cycle to help you build them. But I want to show you the real power of the platform. What's the most powerful kind of app that we have built on the platform? Well, what better example than opening up Cortana herself? Hey, Cortana, can you open yourself up in Visual Studio so we can take a look?
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. What about Microsoft Office?
Nice dodge, Cortana. Great. With that, I'd like to invite Kurt Koenigsbauer, VP of the Microsoft Office team, to show you what we're doing with Office and Universal Windows apps.
Hey. Thanks, man. Good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm not Cortana, but I'm from the Office team. So what I want to do is give you a look at some of the work we're doing to build touch-first versions of Office for this modern Windows platform that, as Dave talked about, will scale from the smallest form factors, from phones to tablets to PCs, up to the largest large-screen devices. From a development perspective, the Windows runtime for us has proven to be a really great platform to build highly responsive, deep apps. And so I want to give you a sense of what that looks like. I'm going to show you PowerPoint. I'll start there. This is a preview of our work in progress. We've still got some work to do before we ship these. But hopefully it'll give you a good sense of the direction we're taking and the direction and the power of the Windows modern platform. So, again, just a preview. This is early user experience code. But one of the things that we wanted to do is to bring forward the experiences from Office on Win32 to the modern platform itself. What you're looking at here is the early version of the Backstage. The Backstage is where you get all of your templates. You can navigate through those. Of course, your most recently used files. It roams with you from device to device to device. So we're connecting to the service experience of Office 365 with the native client experiences here. I'm going to go ahead and open up a file. I'll just go to the file picker, pop open a document for us to look at, and we'll work through this one here. Now, as we built these new applications, we wanted to make sure that as customers moved from Win32 to the modern version on Windows, that they would have an unmistakably Office experience. And a key part of that, of course, is the iconic ribbon for how commanding works and how people navigate through the applications. And so here you can see the ribbon at the top, and I can navigate through just using my finger, a great touch-first experience through all the commanding, really optimized and in the same hierarchical order, though, that people would expect on Win32. So there's no learning curve as they come to these new applications. The next thing that's really important for every single Office customer is that every single one of their documents opens flawlessly on any version of Office. And so you'll see that. We've taken the richness of the open XML file format, fully exposed here on these modern versions of Office. And you can see as I go through, there's things like smart art and text and graphics layered on top of each other. We've got, of course, pictures. We've got shapes wired up, tables and so forth. So you can see the full file fidelity of the Office experience is here. The other thing that you'll notice is, and I'll just tap through really quickly, is that this is blazingly fast. And this is fast because we've built this application from the ground up on DirectX. And we get really high fidelity interop between the XAML layer and the custom DirectX code that we've built. And that's what gives you this really snappy, blazingly fast experience. Let's go ahead and look at some of the editing surface that we've done too. I'm going to just do some really simple things here, showing you some of the touch-first experiences. We've made the touch points on the ribbon really big and easy, so you can just use your fingers, even big fat fingers like I have, to go through, and I can just bold, italicize, underline. I can bring up galleries. You'll find in these new modern versions of Office that there are galleries for things like transition effects and charts, titles, colors, themes as you see them here. And so just using my finger, I can go ahead and pick the color scheme that I want to use. I'll go down a little bit, and let's say I got to finish up this very last slide that's in this deck. and I can go ahead and maybe insert, you can see shapes, smart art, chart, pictures, tables. I'll just drop a picture in here really quickly, and I can move it around. Again, you see that great performance here. I'll get it right where I want just using my finger. I can drag it here. Let's say I goof something up. Let's say in the process of rotating it around or adjusting it, it's not quite the way I want it to be. I can use the undo stack. We have multiple levels of undo. In fact, unlimited undo, unlimited redo. And a core reason for that is that we're automatically saving all of the Office documents in this modern version of Office to the cloud, directly to OneDrive. And so that's a great thing for customers. It's a great thing for things like collaboration. It's a great thing to have unlimited version history in these apps. Well, let's go ahead. You can applaud. It's totally cool to do that. Let's go ahead and take a look at presentation mode. That's, of course, what people want to do when they work on their presentations. And you can see I can just navigate through here using my finger. I can go through swiping. You see all the transition effects, the beautiful graphics, animations. We've begun to wire up some of the gesturing capabilities. So, for example, I can pinch and zoom, and I can jump to any slide in the presentation, no matter where I am. I'll just go to this table that you see here. And that's a really nice feature for presenters. I can swipe down from the top. We've also worked with the Windows team to enable inking in the application, so I can pick a pen. This is preliminary UI here. I can use either a stylus for precision. This time I'm just going to use my finger, and I can go ahead and circle things, highlight things. You get the idea here. I could drop down again, pick a different pen if I want, exit out of the drawing mode, go back, pinch and zoom again, drop back to a particular slide I've got in the presentation. Really simple collaboration on the go using this touch-first experience with Office. Now, as Dave talked about, one of the most important things that we're doing with these modern versions of Office is taking advantage of the Windows runtime to deliver these universal applications. And so what I'd like to do is ask the folks to put the phone experience up. And I want to show you the same application that I was just working on the tablet. Same binary, same executable, also works on the phone. And so hopefully you guys can see that here. And I'll go ahead and swipe. This is modern version of Office PowerPoint running on this Nokia phone. And I can swipe on the tablet. I can swipe here, back to the tablet. Again, you get this really consistent experience, full file fidelity across these two apps. So hopefully a really good example of the notion of universal Windows. I've got experiences for the phone, experiences for the tablet, PCs, large screen devices, all single experience. Thank you very much. Dave, back to you.
Kirk, that was awesome. I think one of the best parts of that demo is how it shows that Microsoft is bringing our most sophisticated, our richest, our most important applications to the Windows runtime as universal Windows apps. So we think this can handle all scale of applications. Okay, the second theme I wanted to talk with you about today is how we are adding innovations that support the investments you've made in your code and your apps. Based on your feedback, we've added hundreds of new features for Windows Phone 8.1. For example, new background triggers enable you to create apps that are always aware and can engage your customers in response to things like push notifications or geofences. Support for Bluetooth LE opens up new kinds of device scenarios like fitness, wearables, healthcare, home entertainment. We have new video editing APIs that open up all sorts of new creativity and media scenarios for you and for your customers. And there are many, many more. And as we build these innovations, we're working hard to have a technology continuum to give you a bridge from the code investments you have today to this future. Let me talk about what that means for those of you with existing Windows Phone apps first. If you have a Silverlight Phone 8 app, it will, of course, continue to run on Windows Phone 8.1. Next, if you want to take advantage of the new features that we're adding to the platform, like the ones I just showed, you can easily update your app to be a Silverlight Phone 8.1 app. And third, if you not only want to take advantage of new functionality, but also have your application run easily across devices as a universal Windows app, you can migrate your app to a universal Windows app. We're providing this technology continuum that lets you move forward and adopt innovations at a pace that makes sense for you and for your business. And no matter which of these approaches you choose, I want to let you know that we are committed to making sure your apps continue to run on future versions of Windows and Windows Phone. Let me just show you one great example of how this works in practice. One of the platform innovations in Windows Phone 8.1 is bringing together voice commanding with the power of Cortana. You can now get an incredibly simple yet amazingly flexible system that enables whole new ways for customers to interact with your apps. Voice command in Windows Phone 8.0 enable customers to invoke your app by its name, for example, Flickster. And they also allowed you to define a simple grammar of pre-existing phrases, so you could invoke specific commands like Flickster, find movies near me. Well, in Windows Phone 8.1, thanks to the power of Cortana, you no longer have to define grammars or long phrase lists. You can give Cortana's speech recognition platform some hints, and she'll do the hard work, building and optimizing the grammars for you. Everything Cortana knows about, from everything in the dictionary, all the words in movies, musicians, all are now at your disposal. It's like a natural command line for the future. Let me show you one specific example. This demo is always fun. Doing speech reco demos in front of thousands of people on a massive PA system is often exciting. This is a Twitter application where they've taken the advances that I just described to you in the Windows Phone platform and used that natural language processing to help me do a tweet. Twitter, new tweet. Hello from Windows Phone 8.1. Hashtag Cortana, hashtag awesome.
New tweet.
Well, we were close. I think we have a little more work to do on tuning the speech recognition engine for presentations in front of 5,000 people. So I know that many of you in this audience have existing enterprise apps you've written using Win32 or .NET for the desktop. Well, we intend to provide you a great technology continuum for these apps and this code as well. I'd like to show you just one of the things that we're doing in the Windows 8.1 update to help you reuse more of your existing code. Let me invite Harry Pearson on stage to show it off.
Thanks, David. As you might imagine, we spend a lot of time talking to enterprises. And one thing we hear from them very consistently is this pressure they're under to mobilize their workforce, to unchain their information workers from their desks and get them out to where the action is. Windows tablets are a great way to do that. However, it turns out the typical enterprise has a significant investment in custom applications that they use to run their business. I know not everybody in this room does enterprise app development, but I'm sure you would all recognize, can we get this on the screen, please? A sort of canonical data access line of business application. This is the order processing application for the Northwind Traders Company. Yes, I said Northwind. Older members of the Microsoft community will probably recognize that name. I figured that since we're talking about leveraging existing code, I should leverage an existing sample database. Now, the great thing about Windows tablets is that they run Windows. I can take this application. This is a C# Windows Form ADO old school data reader application sitting on top of SQL Compact. It's sitting on top of SQL Compact because this is an application that the salespeople use. They go out and take orders from customers, and they don't really know what the network's going to look like when they get there, so they better bring all the data they're going to need with them. I can take this application and drop it on an x86 compatible tablet like a Surface Pro, and it will work just fine. But it won't be a really good developer, it won't be a really good user experience. Right? This is clearly an application that's been designed for keyboard and mouse, not for touch. So their users are going to be much more frustrated than they are productive. What Northwind really wants is a touch-first Windows runtime version of this application. But they also can't afford to just throw all this code away. This code works. It's already been written, it's already been debugged, it's already been tested, it's already been running in production for years. What they want is to be able to take the parts of this application that already work and combine it with a new user interface that's designed for touch-first tablet computing. And with Windows 8.1 update, the new brokered components feature of Windows Runtime, they can do just that. Let's see how it works. So this is my application running in Visual Studio. I wasn't kidding when I said this is old school ADO.NET code, right? SQL CE connection, read next, blah, blah, blah. What we've done here is that we have the form application. Sorry. And if you look in the references section, you'll notice that we have the Northwind data access layer as a separate component. And if we look at the Northwind data access component, this is where we see this existing code for communicating with the database, executing queries, doing that kind of thing. Now, what I really want is to have a modern version of this. And so what we have now is a new version of this data access layer. Now, I haven't taken that code and moved it over. I'm actually referencing that same library directly like a normal reference. This Windows runtime component is called brokered because it runs in a separate app broker process outside of the typical app container, which means it has access to the full power of Windows and .NET. Now, this is featured. Now, as you might imagine, this is a feature that's specifically designed for enterprise computing and is only allowed for side-loaded applications, but that's exactly the scenario we're looking at here. So I have this application, and I have a component here called database. And if we look at it, you'll see that it's basically just calling the old database code. In fact, what's really interesting is that this is I said it was old school, right? This is a synchronous call. If we want our applications to be fast and fluid, we know we don't want to be doing that. So what I'm actually doing is I'm running that code on a background thread and automatically surfacing it as a Windows runtime asynchronous operation. So that way, when I execute this query against the database, it doesn't actually block my UI thread, and I continue to have a great experience. Now I can use that component. Here's my Windows runtime application. There you can see the Northwind RT database component, and let's see what it looks like. Now, this is a much nicer version of the application. You'll notice that I have a touch screen here, so I'm able to touch on it. All I had to do was to basically rebuild the UI and leverage the existing code that I had after I wrapped it in the Windows runtime component. And now I'm ready to go out and run this application on a Surface Pro or any other kind of x86 tablet. Thanks, Dave.
Great job, Harry. Thanks very much. So again, we care a ton about helping you support your investments and bring them forward to the future. This stuff Harry showed is a great example of the kind of things we're doing to help you bring your investments forward. So to get to the third major theme of this talk, I want to talk about how Windows is enabling cross-platform apps. This might come as a surprise to some, but we're working hard to make cross-platform work better and be more capable for everyone, because we realize that it is a critical need in today's world. We know that lots of you want to have your apps work across many platforms, and we want to help you with that. Not only do we want to participate, but we also want to contribute to that world, to make it easier for all of you, our customers. Developers building games and apps today rely upon cross-platform frameworks, libraries, tools, and services from a vast ecosystem. I want to thank the many partners delivering these building blocks for your Universal Windows apps. On this slide, you can see just some of them. Many of these, from game engines to ad services to web frameworks to tools, are designed to help you share your code across platforms. As one example, in less than 9 months, developers using Unity published more than 3,000 apps across the Windows and Windows Phone store. More and more partners are bringing their libraries, tools, and services to Windows every day, and we're working hard with these partners and the open source communities, helping them to support the Windows platforms. Of course, one of the most important cross-platform technologies is HTML and the web. Windows Phone 8.1 brings the powerful, hardware-accelerated IE11 down to phones. This means that you can have access to all the latest and most important HTML features across all Windows devices. For example, this means you get WebGL, a great implementation that allows hardware-accelerated 3D graphics. There's cutting-edge video playback. For example, we now support inline video playback on the phone. We support the media source extensions to allow adaptive bitrate streaming, without requiring any plugins for video and other media scenarios. It's a leading-edge standard we're embracing on the phone and on the PC. And we have great developer tooling, like full remote inspection with Visual Studio, JavaScript debug to either an emulator or a tethered device. These are huge for your productivity as a developer. Not only these, but so many more. The ones in this slide in bold are brand new for Windows Phone 8.1. Clearly, HTML is going to continue to be a critically important way to develop experiences with reach across platforms, not just for PC, but also for mobile. One of the things I'm personally passionate about is interoperability. We are committed to providing a high-performance, interoperable HTML engine with the key features that make cross-platform development not only easier, but also more capable for everyone. WebGL is just one example of that. In fact, let me demo it for you. Here we have a take on the classic web-based fish aquarium demo. This is based on WebGL. We call it FishGL. It's a 3D graphics benchmark. The concept here is we blur the lines between native and web experiences even more. We can pan around the scene that we have here. Incredible performance. Still running at 60 frames per second. We thought it would be cool to switch views to see what the perspective is like from the fish's point of view. And so inside the aquarium, you can see how the lines outside, the things outside the aquarium, are actually wavy a little bit. This requires an incredible amount of processing horsepower to deliver. So that's a demonstration of what WebGL can do for a web application, exploiting amazing hardware-accelerated 3D performance, and what you can do with the web for cross-platform apps. Next, let me show you the inline video playback support we just showed. Here's a Windows Phone 8.1 device. We have a link to a search on the YouTube website, popular video website that I'm sure most of you are aware of. We'll pick a video, and what will happen is when I start playing the video, it's going to play in line. I can scroll around. I have seamlessly integrated controls integrated right on top of the video. That's a terrific implementation of video playback in the Windows web platform. Thank you. So we know that making a great user experience for an app requires more than just HTML. A few years ago, we introduced the Windows Library for JavaScript, or WinJS, to help developers build great user interfaces on top of HTML. What is WinJS? It's really just a JavaScript library, a set of JS, CSS, and HTML files. It gives you the infrastructure for building high-quality, modern user interfaces, including things like virtualized lists, app bars, and much, much more. We've used it to make a lot of beautiful apps ourselves, and developers like you are using it to make many more apps. It works on its own, and it works alongside other JavaScript libraries. Well, I'm pleased to announce that today we are taking our first steps to bring WinJS cross-platform, so you can use it to make high-quality, modern websites and apps. That's right. Because interoperability is so important, because you need your web apps and websites to run across platforms, WinJS will really help you do that. It's the basis of the HTML web that we all know and love. In fact, starting today, Microsoft OpenTech will be making WinJS available as an open source project under the Apache 2.0 license. This is just the start of the project. You can find the source code on GitHub, where we encourage you to check it out, see our roadmap of investments ahead, send us feedback, and yes, please, even make contributions to Win.js. So I showed you today 3 things. We know you need to reach your customers across phones, tablets, and PCs today. We know you've made huge investments in your existing apps and that you need bridges to tomorrow's innovations. We know you need to deliver apps and services not only on our platform, but across device platforms. Windows will help you do all of these things. Before I welcome Terry back up, I want to share with you a few announcements so you can start taking advantage of all the things I talked about. The Windows 8.1 update is available on MSDN today for you as attendees of this conference and MSDN subscribers. You can put the Windows 8.1 update that Joe showed off, all the great new functionality there, on your PCs. Get going with it before it rolls out globally next week. Visual Studio 2013 Update 2 RC is available today. It provides everything you need to get started with developing apps for Windows and Windows Phone that we talked about in this presentation. And third, as a developer, you will be one of the first ones to get access to Windows Phone 8.1 on your devices. If you're a registered Windows or Windows App Studio developer, starting this month, you'll be able to download and install Windows Phone 8.1 on your existing Windows Phone 8 devices. Thank you very much.
You guys are killing it. But keep in mind, everything I'm saying was recorded 2 weeks ago.
All right. So we've been at this 2 hours. You guys ready for the good stuff now? All right. Well, what Joe and Dave just spent that time talking about was a bunch of software that we're going to make available within days or maybe even a few weeks. But the number one feedback we've gotten from you for the last many years at Build is, will you please share your roadmap with us? Will you please tell us what's coming? We're investing with you. We want to arrive at a great place with you. And to do that, we need to know where you're going. So everything I'm going to talk about for the rest of this talk is not coming within the next few days or the next few weeks. But we wanted to share it with you, our most important partners, so we can make those investments and build great things for our customers together when the software arrives. So with that in mind, what David talked about was bringing these universal Windows applications to the PC, the phone, and the tablet. But there's one screen he didn't talk about, and that's the television. There's no better TV experience out there than Xbox. I mean, Xbox right now is being actively used on 80 million televisions in living rooms all over the world. The engagement with Xbox is just phenomenal. With our new Xbox One platform, the average user is using it 5 hours per day. And what we are going to enable is your universal Windows applications running on the Xbox. So to demonstrate that, I want to use Khan Academy. Khan Academy is just a phenomenal organization that distributes educational content, videos to students all over the world, a whole variety of subjects. Their experience starts here with their website. Last year at Build, we showed how easy it was to take this website and turn it into this Windows web application. With Windows Phone 8.1, Dave just demonstrated how it was straightforward for Khan Academy to create this Windows Phone application. But as we bring the universal Windows apps to the Xbox, we're working with Khan Academy to now bring their application to the Xbox. So here it is, Khan Academy, Xbox. Stop listening. So you can see here is the Khan Academy application, the same application on the Xbox. And so let's go over here and see what this looks like in Visual Studio. Here it is, Khan Academy project, the unique code for the Windows application, the unique code for the Windows Phone application, the unique code for the Xbox. But most of the code, all of the assets, all of the business logic, and a lot of the layout is down here in the shared common part of the project. And so I can come here, here's the home page, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment out this new pane in our application, the knowledge map. And then I'm going to press play in Visual Studio. And what it's going to do is it's going to recompile this application for each of these targets, for Windows, Windows Phone, and Xbox. It's then going to automatically deploy to each of those targets, and we can watch our application come to life with this new pane on each of these targets. So first we'll see the Xbox. The app was deleted. It's reloading on the Xbox and coming back up. The phone's restarting, Windows restarted, and you can see on each of these, we now have this knowledge map that showed up on all 3 of these devices from that one project in Visual Studio. That's pretty cool. There it is on the phone. Now, if you're going to put an application on the Xbox, you can't just make it work with a controller. You really need to think about how you're going to take advantage of Connect. And so in that same project, here I am using Connect to control the Khan Academy application from that Visual Studio project, shared source, one interaction model across platforms. That's pretty cool. So we should talk about Connect. Connect, was introduced a few years ago, and I'm sure many of you had an experience like myself. When I first saw it, I thought, hey, that's pretty neat. But then I took it home and played Connect Sports with my son. Or, my daughter, for some reason, really likes playing Dance Central with me, which is just truly ugly to watch. But there's just something magical about this Connect experience. It's a whole new way of interacting with the computer. You have this feeling that this is the future. And so it's so important to us to bring Connect to the PC. And that is why a few years ago, we introduced Connect for Windows. And the response from all of you was pretty phenomenal. Over 1 million SDK downloads, 400,000 active developers with Connect. I mean, it's just terrific work you all are doing. And so I'm pretty excited today to announce Connect for V2 for Windows. Now, the version 2 Connect for Windows builds off of the sensor that shipped with the new Xbox One. This is a 1080p camera with an incredibly wide field of view, so you can now build applications where the subject is much closer to the camera or works in a much smaller room. The SDK has greatly improved skeletal tracking, facial tracking, gesture recognition, and really works well in low light. And the applications that are being built with Connect for Windows, it's not just games. We're seeing work done that's incredibly creative. I want to highlight 2 companies that are in a video I'm about to show. The first one, Reflection Health, is trying to revolutionize physical therapy. And Freakin' Genius, which really is the company name, and it's a pretty cool company name, but Freakin' Genius is trying to bring the art of animation to everyone, all with Connect. So.
What if there's no barrier between your brain and the computer?
When will my patients be able to just move or think and the computer just does?
What does it actually look like to put your sense of humor and your personality into your communication through your devices?
How can we improve people's lives?
The answer is?
We're doing it now.
It's happening now.
It's happening now.
At its core, Kinect technology is about humans. It was jaw-dropping the first time I saw it.
People get in front of it and they just light up.
You just think and move, and things happen.
With Kinect for Windows, we can now do things that we could never do before.
The camera looks fantastic. The depth data is incredibly precise and crisp.
It is the best way to create animations. What used to take 30 minutes now takes 10 seconds.
With Kinect for Windows and Windows Modern Apps, we can get our software where patients need the most, the home.
And it gives us access to the millions of consumers that are in the Windows Store, which is where we want to be.
Anybody can step forward and really shape the future.
As doctors, we're here to make lives better, and with these tools, we can.
As a developer, Kinect for Windows has really made me look good. I'm a doer, and this technology allows me to do.
And it's just so much fun. Kind of magical.
So let's go back to that same Khan Academy application in Visual Studio. And here I am using the same gesture on the PC that I was using on the Xbox to navigate in this app. And so let me just close talking about Kinect to say, I really think you should explore this. We think this is the future. We think this is the way that we will all be interacting with our computers in some time. These cameras are going to become pervasive, and I would encourage all of us to really be creative about how we can take advantage of them. Now, I can't talk about Xbox technology without talking about graphics. Then there's, the graphics that are on the new Xbox One are really phenomenal. I mean, this is a live action shot of someone playing Forza from Turn 10 Studios backstage. I mean, the photorealism in these games is just phenomenal. I mean, it's magical when you see this take place on the Xbox. And what makes this possible on the Xbox is that the Xbox graphics platform has an amazing level of low-level control and efficiency, which allows these artists to really envision what's possible and then make it take place in front of the user. So we want this graphics technology to be available for everyone on every platform, whether it be for medical imaging applications, computer-aided design, or any application that would want this same immersive experience. And so we're going to do that by bringing the magic of the Xbox graphics platform into DirectX 12 and bring DirectX 12 across all of our devices. Windows Phone, Windows, and Xbox will all have the same graphics platform in DirectX 12. That's pretty good. Come on. And DirectX 12, I mean, it really is phenomenal technology. We're talking about a graphics technology that scales from our lowest and most inexpensive Nokia Windows Phone to our PCs, to Xbox, to these big honking graphics cards that have these jet turbine engines to cool them off to support this amazing gameplay from our most hardcore gamers. One graphics technology that scales, one API surface that efficiently takes advantage of all the GPU horsepower you can throw at it without taxing the CPU. And so to see what's possible, we asked Turn 10 Studios, the makers of Forza, to work with NVIDIA, who has a really early DX12 driver, to say, hey, what's possible? What will it be like when we bring DX12 to the PC? And so I'm going to try and play and show you that. And I'm not going to be able to drive as well as the people backstage. But you can see here, this is the PC. This is a PC running DX12 with some of the same photorealism you saw on the Xbox. The different graphics cards will have different capabilities. But there are not PC games like this. This is just phenomenal. This is so cool, just to see this level of artistry, this level of graphics on the PC. All right, I should stop playing now. And so we've talked about the PC, we've talked about the phone, we've talked about the tablet, we've talked about the Xbox. But there's a whole class of devices our industry is abuzz with right now that are broadly called the Internet of Things. And what's making these new devices possible, I really think, are these phenomenal breakthroughs in the silicon ecosystem. Where we used to have these large motherboards, we now have these incredibly small, incredibly powerful chips. We've ported Windows to ARM, but one company that's really done some incredible work lately is Intel. I have here Intel's Galileo development board, and right in the center of it is this tiny little chip, their Quark chip. That chip, which is the size of a pencil eraser or your mouse cursor, this is a full x86 system on a chip. This is a PC chip right there. And then so you have to ask yourself, what's possible? What kind of devices are possible when a PC runs on something the size of an eraser? And so Intel shipped this development board, this Galileo board, and we have this great garage community at Microsoft who asked themselves, what should we do with it? So they decided to build a piano. This piano is powered by that tiny little chip. Is this a piano? Is this a PC? Is this a... It's a piano. It's a piano that runs Windows. I think it's the first ever piano that runs Windows. And so this piano was built leveraging, this was Windows developers that start with what's possible. They leverage all their skills, all the tools they know, and ask themselves, what can we create? Just love the creativity. And to show you this really is Windows, here we're going to telnet into the piano. You can see that it's running the Windows 8.1 kernel. We can go and see is David's ancillary function driver there for us to use. There it is. And it can run Windows apps. So let me invite Joe up on stage, who's a lot more musical than myself. And what I'm going to do now is I am going to, here's the Windows, oh, I guess we won't do that. So what I'll do is, where's the debugger? Here, I'm going to attach the debugger to our piano.
Always ready to be here to act as a human foil.
Yes.
For a demo.
All right. And so as Joe, who plays the piano now, go for it, Joe, we can then all enjoy the debug spew from this Windows piano.
My career as a tester begins.
All right. So, using the Windows tools that we know how to use and we have so much experience with, we can debug our piano or maybe even debug our musician. But what's so great about these Internet of Things is that it's not just about the thing. It's also about the fact that they're connected to the Internet. And so this Windows application on the device is feeding all this telemetry and data back to an Azure data service. So here I'm going to show you a portal into that Azure data service, which is connected to the piano, and ask Joe to play it again, Sam.
How about for the internet, this time the melody? That's good enough. It's nice to be the more childlike, smaller version of you for this demo. So long.
So we don't share this with you today because we expect many of you to be building pianos. But we are at a time where the devices that we are programming to are going to change. And leveraging all the skills and tools that we have, and leveraging all of the creativity that we have in this room, we should be making some amazing devices that do amazing things that connect to the cloud. So let's make it happen. Okay, so now we've talked about the PC, the phone, the tablet, the Xbox, and the Internet of Things. But one thing which I have not talked about is the Windows desktop. 1.5 billion PC users out there, hundreds of millions of new PCs a year, and this is the primary interface they're interacting with. Now, Joe shared some amazing work the team's doing to make that a great experience for every user on the PC. And I'm not here to announce the next version of Windows. But I am going to share that we are going all in with this desktop experience to make sure your applications can be accessed and loved by people that love the Windows desktop. So for starters, we are going to enable your universal Windows applications to run in a window. And we're going to enable your users to find, discover, and run your Windows applications with the new Start menu. You can see here, we have live tiles coming together with the familiar experience customers are looking for to start. Some customers are looking for to start and run their applications. And we'll be making this available to all Windows 8.1 users as an update. So I think there's going to be a lot of happy people out there. So something that's now we want to share is we really want to get this platform out there. We want to remove all the friction between you and creating these devices. Remove any hesitation you have to apply that creativity to creating new Internet of Things devices. So I want to announce today that when we have this new Windows for the Internet of Things available, Windows will be available for $0. But we're not stopping there. Again, to drive adoption of your applications and to get your applications out there for more customers, on phones and tablets with screen sizes less than 9 inches, we are making Windows available now for $0. It's all about getting your apps out there. So we've talked about a lot today now. We've talked about Windows, Windows Phone, Xbox, Internet of Things, the Windows desktop, ways, removing friction to getting your applications out to our customers. But a concern that we all have is that some of this technology really is rooted in the Xbox experience. I mean, you really have to appreciate this immersive gaming on the Xbox and Kinect to really appreciate some of the stuff we talked about. And we're also concerned some of you just aren't having as much fun as all of us at Microsoft with Xbox One. So I want to announce today that we're giving a free Xbox One to everyone in the audience here at Build. But let's not stop there. We also want to make sure that everyone here has the opportunity to really appreciate the great work being done by our OEM partners, by Nokia, by our Surface team. So we also want to give everyone in the audience a $500 gift card to the Microsoft Store to choose a new device to do your best work on. So let me just leave you with a few beliefs that really do guide us as we plan our platform roadmap. We really do believe in this natural user interface. We believe in these gestures, we believe in voice, and we believe the applications of the future are really going to interact with humans using these techniques. We really do believe in the Internet of Things. We think as the screens get smaller and the devices get smaller, the cloud gets bigger. And we're going to make some incredibly new things possible. And last but not least, we believe in all of you. We believe in our OEMs and device diversity. We believe in our developers, and the best has yet to come. And we're here to help you guys do it. So, thank you. So with that, let me introduce our next speaker. His company has created over 80% of the Windows phones that are being used by all of you. When we finish the acquisition of the Nokia Devices Group, we'll be able to invest even more in his team and their ability to drive Windows Phone success. So please join me in welcoming Stephen Elop.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pretty tough act to follow free Xbox, $500 and so forth, but I'm really excited to be here to share some of our own news. It is very much a really exciting time for us at this point in time. In just hopefully a few days or weeks, those of us at Nokia will be joining the Microsoft team. The possibilities as we unite are endless. We are very focused on sparking more opportunities for developers like all of you. Together, we can bring people an amazing family of devices, of services, of applications, many of which you saw hinted at here today. Now, in the context of today's announcements, that spark is somewhat lit by Windows Phone 8.1. Joe Belfiore did a great job of demonstrating some things that we're very excited about. And of course, the Nokia Lumia devices are the absolute best way to light up that Windows Phone 8.1 experience. Now, the first thing that I'm very pleased to announce is that the Lumia device that you probably have in your pocket right now gets better with Windows Phone 8.1. We will bring Windows Phone 8.1 to all Lumia Windows Phone 8 devices offered in an over-the-air update coming this summer. That means people like you will immediately get access to that and have that on all of the existing devices, and your customers will have that as well. So let me just show you what that means. I'm going to invite Karan Nagam to come on stage to help me with a bit of demos here. He has a Lumia 520 in his hand running Windows Phone 8.1, which is just amazing. Think about this for a second. In its price band, the Lumia 520 is the best-selling smartphone in the world, bar none, compared to anything from Android. It's a fantastic device. But here's the thing. Go check out your low-priced Android devices and see if they're getting the latest innovation that's coming out of Google. And the answer, of course, is no. So we're very, very proud to be able to take that innovation to those price points. Now, it's also the case you would expect this type of capability to come on the higher-end devices. For example, here I have a Lumia 1520 fully loaded with Windows Phone 8.1. And in case you didn't notice, for those of you who are tracking various announcements, we're adding a bit more color to our portfolio in the days and weeks ahead. For example, this Lumia 1520 in bright green, one of many new colors coming for devices in the very near future. So we're very excited to bring all of the developments that you saw with Windows Phone 8.1 to the existing portfolio of Windows Phone 8 devices. But of course, we're also excited to introduce the next generation of Lumia devices that will be coming around the world. Let's start off by introducing you to the Nokia Lumia 930. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Nokia Lumia 930. We're so proud to be able to announce that first here today. Now, the Lumia 930 is absolutely a flagship device built on and for Windows Phone 8.1. It integrates the best of Microsoft and the best of Lumia. Now, as you can see in the video up there, as well as in my hand, the 930 is just a beautifully crafted device. It packs great Lumia innovation into an elegant smartphone with metallic details around the side and vibrant new colors, sometimes matching wardrobe, which is a necessity. It has a bunch of great colors. Orange is one. You saw the bright green. And it has a crystal clear 5-inch full HD display with amazing readability in all conditions, an amazing viewing ratio, and even in spotlight conditions, you can clearly read what's on the screen. It's just great outdoors. We've also taken the time to integrate wireless charging into the device so you can power it up quite easily. Love that. We all love the wireless charging. Now, naturally, as a flagship Lumia device, the Lumia 930 offers unprecedented images and videos. It comes with an advanced 20-megapixel PureView camera. It's got optical image stabilization, so as that gentleman's shaking his hand with a competing device, I will get the clear picture, you're getting the blurry picture. And of course, the high-quality Zeiss optics ensures that I get your picture and you don't get mine. But it's not just about great hardware. It's also about the software, it's about the algorithms, it's about everything we put into it to make the imaging and video great. For example, we have an application called Creative Studio that's also being updated. It's a popular app that allows you to edit the high-quality images directly on your smartphone. We've added more professional filters, high-res reframing, and non-destructive editing capabilities. So, for example, you can see here some of the filters the team has added with just one click from Lumia 930. And, of course, you can easily share these images up to Instagram or Facebook or your favorite social network. Now, we've also updated some other imaging software and added some new capabilities. For example, we're introducing something called living images. These images come to life as you're taking them and as you're viewing them subsequently. And these living images can be weaved into a beautiful story using our Storyteller application, which is also being updated. Karan is going to show us an example here right now. And despite the rain, what we did over the last couple of days, the team went out and started to take some pictures here in the San Francisco area, and you'll get a sense of the video that they were able to put together using Storyteller as well as the living images video. Okay, there it is coming up there. Now, as you see, what you're actually getting are photos and videos that are automatically sorted and organized by time and location. You see the living images coming to life there as well. Now, you might also notice that there's a bit of music in the background. That's a new feature to the Storyteller environment. You can always go back and edit that music, put your own themes against it, and create very quickly a beautiful experience. So there's some new music that Karan has added. Again, that can be shared to your social networks. Now, the Lumia 930 also provides just fantastic cinematic video experiences. This is because we've included 4 high-performance digital microphones and the Nokia rich recording capability into this device. As you record and then subsequently play back, you can hear the world around you like you've never heard it before. Let's have a listen. Great. There is more music than that in Finland, trust me when I tell you that. But you can capture and relive your videos with complete surround sound capabilities right from this device. or you can actually focus the sound recording with directional stereo recording. So just some amazing capabilities packed into this device. Now, because this is based on Windows Phone 8.1, all of your favorite Microsoft services are well integrated into your Lumia. I can save the images and everything that we've done here, my documents, all of that right to OneDrive, and then of course sync that across my PC, my tablet, and Xbox. Now you see that the experience on this device, the speed of the applications is just amazing. We have built the Lumia 930 for absolute speed and performance. It has a 2.2 gigahertz Snapdragon 800 quad-core processor in it. In short, the Lumia 930 just rocks. So your applications are just going to sing on this device. Thank you. Now, we'll start selling the Lumia 930 globally in June. We will start in Europe and then move through Asia, India, and the Middle East. Here in the US, we'll be focusing on continuing with the Nokia Icon, which is a very similar device in terms of specifications to this, and of course the big boy that I showed you a few minutes ago, the Lumia 1520. The Lumia 930 will be available with more than 100 operators around the world for around $599 before taxes and the subsidies that operators apply to the prices. So watch for that in the month of June. So I'll put this one in this pocket. We have been successful not only in innovating our flagship products, but also we've worked very hard to take that innovation to lower and lower price points. Thus, building on the success of the Lumia 520 that we celebrated earlier, I'd like to introduce you to two new Lumia products, the Nokia Lumia 630 and the Nokia Lumia 635. Let's have a look. There it is, the Nokia Lumia 630, and very similar to that, the Lumia 635. Just an amazing device, as you're about to hear. It brings an uncompromised Microsoft experience and an uncompromised Lumia experience to more people at much lower price points. The 630 and 635 have a sleek design with a bright 4.5-inch clear black display that is also great in the outdoor environments. They come in 5 stunning colors with changeable shells. But here's what's really exciting me. The Lumia 630 comes in 2 variants, a 3G single SIM variant, as you'd expect, and the very first Lumia with 3G dual SIM capabilities enabled by Windows Phone 8.1, which is just a huge opportunity for all of us to broaden the reach of our applications to many more people. And then the Lumia 635 comes packed with lightning-fast 4G LTE capabilities, so we have the full range of radio requirements. So let's go to a quick demo of that new variant, in particular the dual SIM phone, so you can get a sense of that. So we're going to start off, and you should be seeing up there the Lumia 630. First of all, this is a relatively low-priced device, carrying on from the 520, and you can see that the 3-column capability are visible even on these smaller screen sizes on these lower-priced devices, which is a big step forward. Now, you can also see the beginning of the way dual SIM represents itself in Windows Phone 8.1. It's really simple to use and understand. So across the top, you see 2 different colored tiles for each of the 2 SIM cards that are in the phone. On this particular device, Karan has red tiles for the calls and messages from his first SIM, and he's named that SIM Business. And he has orange tiles for the calls and messages from his second SIM card, and that one he has named Personal. Now, this helps to ensure that there's no confusion or overlap between the messages and call history from one SIM versus the other. But some of us want to work differently, and we may actually want to have the call histories and texting and everything blurred between those 2 environments or integrated, in which case you can just change a setting and the 2 SIMs make the phone work as one device with 2 different calling paths, which is really amazing. Now, something I like is that you can also go to your contacts in your People Hub And you can specify for individual people which SIM card should be used when you're texting or calling that individual. So without having to switch between SIMs, you can just say, hey, when I'm calling my son, I want to use my personal SIM, or whatever the case may be. Now, in many markets, particularly emerging markets like India, China, Brazil, this dual SIM capability is critically important. Analysts suggest that in the year 2016, people will buy more than 100 million dual SIM smartphones. The Lumia 630 dual SIM capability opens up that market to all of us. So I'm really, really excited about that. Now, the Lumia 630 is designed for hyper-social people who love to play games, and we have their favorite games. You can quickly go to their favorite Xbox game by tapping on the screen, or as we saw with Joe earlier today, you could use Cortana. Now, it's really great news that Cortana, as it's rolled out around the world, will be available on the entire range of Windows Phone 8 devices, including the 630, our most affordable Windows Phone 8.1 device. Today, our competitors have various voice assistance capabilities, heavily biased towards the high-end devices. We are bringing that innovation to all of the different price points, so that innovation is available to everyone, which I think is really good. It's going to be good for your applications. Now, for the really, really price-conscious consumer, someone who might have just bought into a Lumia 630, perhaps as their first smartphone, these devices are also great ways to get the benefits of the equivalent of an expensive fitness band or wearable device. What we are doing is introducing into these devices something new called Sensor Core. This is a very low-power sensing capability that tracks motion and location. So now people can use their Lumia to keep track of their steps and calories burned using, as Karan is showing, the Bing Health and Fitness application. You can even have this working when the Lumia device is in your pocket or in your bag, it doesn't matter. This thing keeps track of your movements so that you can follow your improvements and your progress, built right into the device. Now, let's go back to the home screen. Final point I want to make about these devices is they are Lumia devices. So there's many things we've come to expect as part of that experience, including Nokia Mixed Radio, where you get at no additional cost the equivalent of your own personal radio station with more than 30 million songs, the cost of which is built into the device. You can save music offline, you can pin to the home screen your favorite playlists and all of that to make it a truly personal experience. Similarly, you can use Here Maps, you can download those maps, and again, in many of the markets in which we sell devices, the ability to download off of Wi-Fi a map and then not to be using over-the-air wireless charges to do that is fantastic. Here, Karan has pinned to the home screen a particular location, the Terra Gallery, where we're hosting a media reception later today, so the journalists here today can get first-hand experience with these new devices. So the Lumia 930, 630, 635. Karan, thank you very much for joining me on stage. Thank you. Now, all of these great experiences are packed inside these robust devices. The 630 and 635, for those of you keeping score, 1.2 gigahertz Snapdragon 400 quad-core processor at some amazing price points. So Sensor Core, pictures, videos, mixed radio, Here Maps, all of that are just going to operate so well. So in short, the Lumia 630, the 635 deliver people an entry point to the Windows Phone experience with absolutely uncompromised performance. Now, these devices, the Lumia 630 and 635, will be the very first Lumia devices that are being sold with Windows Phone 8.1, and that will be in the month of May. We have received more operator support for the launch of these devices than any other Lumia device to date. And that's based on the growing number of applications, the success of the 520, and everything that we have going. So literally, hundreds of operators will be ranging the 630 and 635. We'll start the rollout in Asia, move through India, the Middle East, South America, and Europe, and we'll be here in the U.S. broadly with our partners starting in July. So you'll see this ripple around the world, and we expect to sell a lot of these devices. Pricing, the Lumia 630 3G single SIM will be priced around $159. If it's a dual SIM device, it'll be $169. And if it's the 635 4G version, it'll be $189, all before taxes and local subsidies. Here in the U.S., of course, the pricing is quite different based on the operators. But very, very aggressive price points for a device that is going to compete amazingly well with anything that's coming from the competition from a specification perspective. So some great new devices coming for you. Thank you. That's really good. Now, you have also seen a pattern from Nokia and obviously from Microsoft that as we build some of this great innovation, we want to make sure that you can build on it as well. So the great hardware, the great software that you see, we're also trying to continue to build new opportunities for developers. I want to say, first of all, a very heartfelt thank you. And that is thank you for adding 500 new applications to the Windows Phone store literally every day. So thank you very much on behalf of Nokia and Microsoft for doing that. But to take this even further, I'm also pleased to announce that we are bringing developers to all of you 2 new SDKs, a new imaging SDK and a new sensor core SDK. For imaging today, we are releasing a preview of our Imaging SDK 1.2, which makes creating the next generation of imaging apps faster and easier. The final version will be available in just a few weeks. It includes things like image manipulation capabilities, filter effects, and on-screen rendering. As well, the new Sensor Core SDK is based on that Sensor Core technology we demonstrated with the health and fitness application. With the Sensor Core SDK, you'll be able to create motion-based applications that are location and context aware while using very, very little battery power. With these 2 new SDKs, our ambition is to help all of you give people some really unique experiences. So, in summary, I'm pleased to introduce the new portfolio, or if I may say, the beginning of the new portfolio of Lumia devices built on Windows Phone 8.1. Today, it's the 630, the 635, and the 930, but of course, the existing Windows Phone 8 devices from the 520 to the 1520, which will all soon be running Windows Phone 8.1. So yes, today is an exciting day for all of us, but I know that myself and all of my colleagues at Nokia are truly looking forward to when we can come together with our colleagues at Microsoft. We will continue to open up new opportunities for Microsoft, for our partners, for you, our developers, and most of all, for people around the globe. Thank you, and we look forward to sharing more with you in the very near future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, if I may make one last comment to introduce the next speaker. You may have noticed a lot of things are changing at Microsoft. A lot is going on. And arguably, one of the most profound changes is that for only the 3rd time in Microsoft history, there is a new CEO of the company. So it is a great honor and privilege of mine to introduce the new CEO of Microsoft, Mr. Satya Nadella. Please join us.
So much, Stephen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Backstage, I was able to get one of these 930s. It's a real sweet device. I saw that Stephen had even color-coordinated shoes. I need to get those too. It's fantastic to be at Build. In fact, I was just reflecting. I think Terry said this is 22nd year. In fact, I was in San Francisco for the very first PDC. I was not yet at Microsoft. This is when the Windows 32, Win32 APIs were unveiled. And ever since, I think I've not missed a PDC or a developer conference. So it's fantastic to be here with all of you. And it's also, you know, I was reflecting on it and saying, God, what happened? Like, why don't I have a proper keynote anymore at developer conferences? And this is one of those privileges you lose when you get kicked upstairs, is you don't have your own keynote anymore. But it's awesome to be here. In fact, if you think about what developers mean to us, it's pretty deep. We started out as a company that was focused on developers. We were a tools company before we were an Office company, before we were a Windows company. I was in fact talking to Paul Allen very recently, and he was reminiscing about his days when he was porting BASIC to all these new PC platforms, as he called it. And guess what? We are again in that sort of era right now. And you saw from Terry, the entirety of the Windows family, from Internet of Things to the consoles, to tablets, to phones, to PCs. We have that proliferation of what I talk about as ubiquitous computing and ambient intelligence, or this mobile-first, cloud-first world where Windows is prevalent. So it's exciting times for us and exciting times for developers in terms of the opportunity to be able to take your creativity, your applications, your systems, and then bring them forth to Windows as it evolves. So we thought about what's the best way for me to have a dialogue with 5,000 of my closest developer friends, and we figured that it's probably a little logistical nightmare to try and do an open Q&A. So what we did was our evangelism group went out and got questions that are top of mind for all developers, some of them who are here, some in fact who are watching on the webcast, and recorded those questions. These are actually pretty hard questions and what's really top of mind for you. So what we'll do is we'll play those questions and I'll have a chance to respond and give you what I have as both my perspective on it as well as answers to some of the key things that you want answers to. So let's roll the first video with the first question.
Hi, my name is Shrav Mehta. I'm currently a developer at lob.com. I work on the Android platform, and I was wondering why I should consider using Windows.
It's pretty straight. Why build for Windows? That's the question. That's the question of the conference. That's the question of this morning. And I want to give you a very, very straight answer to it. You want to build for Windows because we're going to innovate with a challenger mindset. We're not coming at this as some incumbent trying to do the next version of Windows. We're going to come at this by innovating in every dimension. Dimension of hardware, the software experiences across the Windows family, and go after this in such a way that you see us make progress with rapid pace. In fact, today was a massive milestone. If you look at what we've done on the phone, the update to the PC and tablet, the new devices Stephen showed, this is all what you can come to expect from us, and we'll keep pushing at it. There will be a couple of things that will be pretty unique to what we do. One is what I call the sensibility we have of bringing end users, developers, and IT professionals together. That's one thing that we've always felt is what births the magic of platforms, from sort of the first version of Windows to what we think is Windows in this era of mobile-first, cloud-first. And then the second real attribute for us is to be able to create a developer opportunity, which is broad. So one of the things that we are doing is making sure that the opportunity for you as developers across the Windows family is expanding. Some of the changes that both Joe described and Terry alluded to where we are going, which is to be able to make your new applications built for WinRT and the Windows Store, in fact, the fact that you can use them in the desktop mode, that completely opens up a huge base of users for your applications that you're targeting Windows with. So this notion of creating the broadest Windows opportunity for you, or sockets for you, is a huge priority for us. And we have huge volume still. We have hundreds of millions of PCs, tablets, and phones still on a run rate basis, and 1 billion plus PCs that will all be upgrading. So therefore, we have a significant opportunity for any application you target Windows. And then the last thing is we're betting on this platform ourselves. You saw from Kirk Koenigsbauer how we're building the next generation of Office applications for this platform. So we are going to basically use the same platform that we want you to target to build our own set of applications. So those will be the three reasons, because we're going to innovate with the challenger mindset, we're going to create the broadest platform opportunity in terms of sockets for you, and we are going to bet on that platform ourselves, and that's the reason why you should target Windows. All right. Let's go to the next question.
Hi, my name is Siddharth Merchant, and I'm one of the organizers of HackTech, which is currently the largest student-run hackathon on the West Coast. At hackathons, most of my friends and I want students who use our apps to be able to use them regardless of what devices they own. So do you have any plans for ensuring that apps developed on Microsoft platforms easily port over to other platforms?
You know, David Treadwell talked pretty eloquently about this. One of the core principles we have is we want to make it possible for every developer to bring their code assets forward and to be able to leverage their code assets they build in a very broad way across our own family, but also cross-platform. That's the principle that drives us, because we know, I mean, it's crazy to abandon what you've built, and it's also crazy not to be able to take what you've done and leverage it across the broadest, spectrum of device targets, and that's really the approach that we want to enable. The first thing I would say is, if you look at the platform itself that David went through, we're the only platform that has APIs with language bindings across both native, managed, and web. And the fact that that flexibility exists means you can build your core libraries in the language of your choice, and those core libraries you can take cross-platform. Obviously, the web being the one that's sort of easiest to conceptualize, and that's what we've done even by taking Win.js and putting it into open source and making it a community effort so that you can take it cross-platform. But we're also working with PhoneGap, we're working with Xamarin, and of course Unity to be able to help you take what you build for Windows cross-platform. And that particular sort of sensibility of being able to take your code, leverage it across the Windows family itself with our tool chain, but to be able to take your core libraries cross-platform is something that you can expect us to continue to partner well with, use open source, but be very, very mindful about how we enable you to do that. All right, the next question.
Hey Satya, I'm Derek. I'm a CS major from Stanford. One question I did have was, I have a Surface Pro and I use it every day at school, but I noticed most people either use iPads or they use Android tablets. And I was wondering, what is Microsoft doing to compete against Google and Apple in the tablet space?
When it comes to tablets, there are multiple dimensions of becoming competitive, and we're going to make sure we make progress on all of those. Great devices, it starts there. Great software on that devices, and then to have apps, as well as great price points. Those are the four dimensions I think of when it thinks about how do you get competitive with tablets. The 8.1 update is a big milestone on it. We've really made it possible now to have tablets across the full price range. So you will have many partners of ours produce tablets that will have the full range of prices, and to be able to really make sure we have tablets that anyone from a student to a professional can use. Now the second, when it comes to Surface itself, we will continue to innovate in driving what I think is the most productive tablet out there in the marketplace, and especially in combination with Office, as we build out these native applications for the new platform, you will see us continue to strive to make Surface the most productive tablet out there in the market. But when we sort of talk about tablet competitiveness, the key thing that we look at is what is the role of a tablet in a user's device family? Because if there was one thing in this morning's keynote, it's the Windows family. It's the consistency for the user, it's the consistency for the developer. And that's what we obsess about. And to be able to talk about the tablet competitiveness to the exclusion of that family is not where we are going. So therefore, we want our users to think about the Windows family of devices and the consistency of the user experience, and then from a developer perspective, it's a developer consistency, and that's how we get very competitive. All right, let's go to the next question.
Hi, my name is Ana Gabriela. I'm originally from Mexico City. I'm a UX designer, and I really like designing applications for Windows, especially phone and tablet. My question for you today would be, how do you see the approach of UX design inside Microsoft, and how do you see this in 5 years? For example, you see more like on the touch side, or would be more sensor, voice command? That would be very interesting to know.
When it comes to design and user experience, we've come a long way. We have a fantastic team of people. who are doing awesome work, and you see it. You see it in these personalized lifestyle experiences that we have created across the entire Windows family. In fact, we are now inspiration in some sense for other platforms, even in terms of design. And so you can expect us to continue to push the envelope on it. And this natural interface is definitely the frontier. Today you see, in fact, this morning's keynote stressed how we are thinking about gestures, how we are thinking about speech. With Cortana, in fact, a conversational agent. We are thinking obviously about how do we even make modern applications still work with mouse and keyboard. So it's a broad agenda when it comes to natural user interface. And I subscribe to what I think Bill Buxton, who is a researcher in Microsoft Research, talks about when you sort of reflect on what is natural about natural user interface. It's the context, which is who, where, what, when, should define the type of interface that you want to use with your application on the device. And to me, that matters a lot, because speech probably is the best interface with any device when you're in the car. And to be able to get that right and to have applications interact with you in the right modality becomes very important. And to be able to do that with these natural interface advances in Windows is a pretty top priority for us. And I would say we are the ones who have the broadest range of input modes today that we are really innovating with across the Windows family, and you can continue to see us do so going forward. All right, let's roll the next question.
Hi, I'm Michael Perdue, an architect for GE Healthcare. As Microsoft invests more heavily in the cloud, vendors are wondering how they can design for the cloud, not simply migrate there. How will Microsoft support those vendors, particularly in the healthcare space, to do that seamlessly?
You're going to hear a lot more tomorrow in Scott Guthrie's keynote about all the advances in our cloud. But one of the things that we started our cloud effort with was with a very first-class notion of what is the cloud design point? What does it mean to build a native cloud app? In fact, the entire backend for Titanfall was built on this cloud service called Thunderhead, which runs on Azure, and it's got these amazing attributes. In fact, we are exercising those as on the day one, how we elastically scaled out that infrastructure, and then we scaled it back down after day one. That notion of writing to the cloud design point where you have your data tier built for scale out, that means you want to be able to partition your data for scale out, becomes a first-class problem that you've got to solve as a developer. You want to make your middle tier stateless so that you're both resilient to failure and you can also really scale. The last thing is you want to be able to have all interactions async with your devices so you're not blocking. In many cases, especially in healthcare, you may want to rendezvous back with data inside your data center because you're not putting everything in a public cloud, and you make that a message passing system between the public cloud and your private cloud. And we have some great technologies like Service Bus. So really understanding the capabilities of the platform so that you can build cloud-native apps and cloud-first apps is very important to us, and we have put a lot of focus on tooling, samples, patterns that we want to encourage developers to use to build, if you will, these applications that truly take advantage of the cloud versus just bring your existing application to run in a virtual machine in the cloud. All right, let's go to the next question.
Hi, I'm David Yak. I'm a developer from Colorado Springs, Colorado, and my question today is around the different APIs that Microsoft releases for each of their products. Today, developers have to relearn each time they pick up a new product. Is there something Microsoft can do to simplify that across the different products?
Yeah, for sure. We can, and we are, and we will continue to drive that. And this, again, came across all the keynotes this morning. The Windows Universal App, of course, is the first step in this direction. The APIs, I would say 90% of them now are consistent between Windows Phone and Windows tablets and PCs, and that's fantastic to see. We'll continue to push that. Everything, I know it is pretty irritating to have the camera API being different or the life cycle and the controls, and we're fixing all of that and really bringing that consistency for developers so that you can have that shared library across the variety of device targets. And on the back end, of course, we've got great consistency. If you're a .NET developer, If you look at what we have done on Windows Server to Azure and with Visual Studio, we've made it much more seamless for you to be able to move your existing code and have consistency of the semantics of the API across all of these platforms, and you will continue to push on that, and it's a pretty big focus for us. All right, let's go to the next question.
Hi, my name is Ross. I'm a developer from Austin, Texas. As we move more and more resources to the cloud, I'm curious, what's the plan to deal with latency?
Latency is an industry-wide issue. We have to start with developers building applications, knowing that there is speed of light issues that get in the way. If there is the internet, there is the edge, and to be able to sort of really design your applications for it, and to build a platform that is robust in terms of providing the best latency characteristics. So we're doing a lot in terms of just the capital investment that's required to be ready for this. We've spent over $15 billion to make sure that all our cloud services and our data centers are there everywhere. We have 18 regions of Windows Azure, which is the maximum that, is the most that any public cloud has. We have 1 billion users on any given day using Microsoft services all over the globe in 90+ countries, so we have a great footprint. We're making sure that we do things on the edge. We are doing things to be able to cache our storage at the edge to be able to improve latency. And once you get to the data center, you have to also still take care of both the north-south as well as the east-west. So we're putting in the right networking infrastructure, which is all software controlled, so that we can absolutely manage the best latency characteristics for your applications. So we have a significant focus on making sure that the apps that you build run great in a geo-distributed way. And in fact, in tomorrow's keynotes, you'll see some cool innovations in a service called Traffic Manager. So if you're a developer, you built an application, you want it to be available in China and Asia and Europe and in North America, you can take this Traffic Manager and then geo-distribute your application across our data centers and route traffic in intelligent ways so that the user, the end user, gets the best performance characteristics they deserve. So those are the things that we're doing to really help developers tackle the latency issue. All right, let's go to the next question.
Hi, Satya. My name's Jonathan Nelson. I'm the founder of Hackers and Founders. We're the largest group of nerds building startups in Silicon Valley. We have 12,000 members in Silicon Valley alone and about 100,000 members globally. I'd love to hear your thoughts on how Microsoft can better help and support startups as they grow.
Startups as a community is very important for us. We have the BizSpark program. I would really encourage, if anyone is a startup here, if you've not sort of looked at BizSpark benefits, it's perhaps the best startup program with the benefits packages that go with it, both in terms of devices as well as the cloud. We have got over 75,000 startups who have taken advantage of BizSpark across the globe. We also have gotten started with Microsoft Ventures, which I'm very excited about. It's small today, but we're plan to expand it, plan to learn from it. It's got both community outreach to startups and community programs, but also seed funding and accelerators. So we now have accelerators in Silicon Valley, in Seattle, in Berlin, in Israel, in India, and in China. And so it's fantastic for us to be engaged with startups right at the seed round and create these accelerators where you get an opportunity to work with the latest and greatest Microsoft technology. And so we'll continue to push this, and feedback on this obviously is also welcome, but engaging the startup community in Silicon Valley and elsewhere is a big priority for us. All right, let's go to the next question.
Hi, I'm Dr. Neil from N Squared, headquartered in Sydney, Australia. And Satya, I'd like to ask you a question about the vision for Microsoft. When I first started working with Microsoft technology 20-something years ago, the vision was very much around a computer on every desk, and that's pretty much been achieved. So what's the vision for Microsoft going forward?
Our vision, simply put, is to thrive in this world of mobile-first, cloud-first going forward. There's going to be more ubiquitous computing everywhere, and there's going to be ambient intelligence everywhere. So that means there will be more new form factors because of the co-evolution of silicon, hardware systems, and software. Everything that we do is going to get more digitized, so that means every human interaction with another human, the human-to-machine interaction, as well as machine-to-machine interaction, all gets digitized. You get to reason over all this data to be able to, in fact, improve the fidelity of those interactions using techniques like machine learning. So that's the world that we are going into. And our goal is to really build platforms, create the best end-user experiences, the best developer opportunity, and IT infrastructure for this ubiquitous computing or mobile-first, cloud-first world. And that's really our vision, and hopefully you got a glimpse of some of the steps we're taking across the entire Windows family in this morning's keynote. All right, let's end with a question from our new friend that we met this morning, Cortana.
Hi, this is Cortana. Now you're Chief Executive Officer. Do you have any plans to become a Master Chief Executive Officer?
Sure, remind me to become Master Chief in 500 years.
Okay, I'll remind you to become Master Chief on Monday, April 2nd, 2514.
Great. Great. Remind me to watch Scott Guthrie tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Sure, I can remind you to watch Scott Guthrie's keynote tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Okay, your presentation is ending now. Would you like any exit music?
Sure. Play It's Time by Imagine Dragons. Thank you very, very much, Bill. Have a fantastic time at the rest of the Developer Conference. Thank you.
All right, there you have it, friends and family at CNET. CNET Live, we're pretty much wrapped up with our coverage. Just some of the highlights again. Windows Phone 8.1 update. Cortana was showing off the personal assistant or voice assistant. They also gave us a sneak peek at Windows 8.1 update that will be rolling out for free on April the 8th. A little peek in the future of Windows 9 Threshold and how they're trying to really integrate all these things together. Just before I forget, a lot of the more mouse and keyboard friendly elements of 8.1 update, which actually were much needed. Start menu integration, all that good stuff. So
a lot of love for the Internet of Things.
The Internet of Things, you know,
and for interactive giant keyboards,
yeah,
pianos, a lot
giant
of pianos.
Piano. Yeah, there are a lot of pianos.
I do really like CEO Satya Nadella's enthusiasm. I think that's one of the things, right? As a consumer brand, Microsoft may not be the most exciting brand from a consumer standpoint right now. You know, they've got the enterprise, the IT, the software, that's been locked in, but you know, when he talks about this is an opportunity for them and he's really trying to sell the developers, get on board with us because we need you. That's the whole point of Build, right? Get the developers on board. We'll see how it all shakes out in the future, but I do like what he's at least bringing to the table from what he says. We'll just have to see how he delivers in the long run.
He kind of felt like he was part of that, having seen all the different developers and all the different people who were speaking for the different, groups at Microsoft. He felt more part of the fold than when Ballmer would come on and just seem like, okay, now the football coach is out here telling us about how great Microsoft is.
I was disappointed that no tables were flipped.
No tables flipped. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for this live coverage. We will see you guys again soon. We don't know when, right? Could be
next week.
Could be tomorrow. Who
next
knows?
week. Everyone, you want to say la vie, Donald?
It's been good. It's been good being here with you guys.
Ash.
We have been locked in here for a very long time, and it's sandwich time.
It's
sandwich time. But thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around and hanging out with us because it was awesome.
And also remember, guys, check out CNET.com for all of the follow-up first look reactions. We also have the Nokia Lumia 930 and the 630 they talked about that will be coming to carriers globally. Just pay attention to kind of our all analysis, what we thought about it, and what you guys should be paying attention to in the future. But until then, next time we'll see you guys on CNET Live. Peace!